Stop listening to atheist YouTubers.
What was that? A vibe killer. You missed me. I don't even know who you are. I'm sure you're a nice guy. Yeah, subscribers. Myron, why'd you turn on subs only? Because of the spammers? They at least got to wait 1 minute? Okay, so they subscribe, wait 1 minute, then they can spam me. Got it. You're... Long time no see. Catching up on your back catalog. How's life been treating you? Life's been pretty good. I mean, I must say life's been really good. I got a beautiful family. We took a trip as a family to Washington, D.C. For those of you who don't know, I came into this country as a poor immigrant. I'm not lying. I was poor. And I got a visa to go to University of Arizona in the analytical chemistry program. Had to take all these standardized tests. I was number one. Not on the GRE. I wasn't number one there, but that's, you're competing against thousands of people. But I knew what I was going to do. I had a place rented in Tucson. My wife and I loaded up the U-Haul and we came out here. We had a plan. We had a visa. We knew how I would make money as a TA. This is how you do immigration, folks. You ask permission. You get accepted. You have a plan. You don't be a burden on society. That's how you do it. And anyhow, so 20 years go by or so, and then I finally become a citizen, both me and my wife, and we decided, you know what? It'd be a great idea to go visit our nation's capital, because now I'm a U.S. citizen. And that's what we did. And we had a blast. We went, was it 1 week ago? I don't know. 1 week ago about. And so the weather was perfect. It wasn't too busy. There was a ton of FBI, CIA, and police presence there because I guess of the Hamas thing. And my favorite was probably the Library of Congress, which is beautiful. Great argument for God, by the way. Argument from beauty. I mean, if you go to the Library of Congress, you just say, there has to be a deity. And my second most, actually, it's close between the Library of Congress and the Holocaust Memorial or Museum. Yeah, museum. That was powerful. We were pressed for time, so my son and I, we rushed through it. My wife said she couldn't handle going in there. My daughter said she couldn't handle going in there. But my son and I, we could handle it, and we went through there. I got teary-eyed a little bit, but I'm a man, so I sucked that tear right back into my eye socket. I had questions, but we didn't have time. My biggest question about the Holocaust is the contradiction in Hitler. Like I think at one point said the Jews were subhuman, but on the other hand, said they were conniving, sneaky, brilliant in a way. So it means it's a contradiction. Like, I don't understand it. But anyhow, in the Library of Congress, we were hungry, so I left my family to the side seeking help where we should eat. And one guy who worked there said, if you go down the basement, take the tunnel between the Madison building and the Jefferson building and the Madison building, go down this hallway, then make a left, and there's an elevator, and then take that elevator and go all the way up to the 6th floor, and then walk all the way down the hallway, and on your right is going to be a cafeteria where the people who work here eat, and it's great food, great buffet. And so we did that. I didn't tell my kids and my wife exactly what was happening, but they found themselves in this tunnel with the sewer pipes and electrical wires hanging everywhere. They go, should we be here? And I said, hey, look, if we meet anybody in this hallway, just act like you're not a tourist. Everything will be fine. So I purposely made them nervous. But I was, we were probably the only tourists in this cafeteria. Everybody was wearing good clothes and had these badges. So we were definitely out of place, but it was fun and the food was great. So that's how I've been, Stephanie and Rob and whoever else asked. Someone asked about Egypt. Ancient Flames asked, how do Christians account for 3 separate chronological of the Exodus? Hey, Ancient Flames, if you're talking to Christians about those type of details, you've missed the boat. You got to keep the questions more broad about why should we believe a deity has anything to do with this Bible in the first place. And if you say that this is just a man-made book, then all these problems, tensions, contradictions go away because humans make mistakes. It's simple. Hey, California Ray Jones, are you a normal Californian or one of those weirdos? Rushed here as soon as church got out. Yeah, good for you, George, gorgeous Roddy Chrome, because you know what? Church can be good. It can be good for you in the sense of community. So many people. Yeah, hey, Floyd, your face is dirty. You need to wash it, he says. That's a personal attack. That's an ad hominem. That's what the Christians would say. You ad hominem me, even though you're not making any type of formal philosophical argument, but you hurt my feelings. But yeah, you're right. I need to wash my face. I did color it. Yeah. Because I'm old. I'm so old that if I didn't color it, it'd be all gray. I'm not ready to look like Mr. Deity yet. Crime Greek. Yeah, good luck with that spinoff. Voting for Trump next year, Doug? Yep. Well, if he runs. If it's between Trump and Biden, I'd take Trump any day. I'm willing to make any bets with people that A, Trump will beat Biden, and B, if Biden runs. That's a big if. Remember, for some of you people who've watched my channel for a long time, I think it was like over a year ago where I've said, once MSNBC and very left-wing media start questioning Biden's thing, he's done. And that's what they're starting to do. An insult, not an ad hominem. And I also make a bet that not only Trump will beat Biden, but I also bet that if Trump wins, he'll be out of office in year 5. That our democracy will not end and the world will not crash and fall down. I'll bet up to $1,000 on that. Anybody want to take me on that bet? I'm almost willing to give you odds. By the way, the White House, when we went to visit D.C., I wasn't impressed with the White House. It was much smaller than I thought. It was gorgeous. It was a lot of history. You know, you got to see where Jefferson ate his breakfast and all that, and the beautiful paintings, beautiful furniture. The furniture, I mean, I think we could sell the furniture in the White House to the Saudis and pay down our national debt. Poor Ed. You a fascist? You know that these words don't mean anything to people who know who they are. It's one thing people need to learn. For people like me, words don't hurt. Except when Floyd says it about my face, that I need to wash it. Then it hurts. Then it cuts deep. Fascist, not so much. But, yeah, just for men. Only you and your barber know for sure. But feel free to ask me, people are so scared of politics. You feel free to ask me questions about religion or politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. Would you ever own Orthodox call in a debate and again anytime soon? Sure, if you can come on right now. But I've actually gotten emails, at least 3 in the last couple weeks, from people who want to interview me or be interviewed. It's just, Is there, why? The bottom line is, what we need to understand if you're an atheist is that some people need this. When I say need this, I'm not just being flippant. They need it to survive. They think they do, at least. And I actually am becoming convinced that some of them actually do need it. Not just that. No, they'll be emotional wrecks if they leave religion. They can't handle it. Some people are weaker. They need this. Okay? I guess I should put the link up, right? You guys want the link to call in? It's been so long. What is it? Whereby, right? Myron, you could have had this up. What? I've been gone for 3 weeks. Was it 3 weeks? What have you been doing? You've been acting like a Google employee. Oh, just eating the free donuts and stuff and sitting in my lounge chair. Okay. I shouldn't say Google employee. I should say former Twitter employees, right? Oh, by the way, speaking of Twitter, now X, it's officially 1 year since Elon Musk bought Twitter. I think it's almost exactly a year and 2 days or something. And for all you people out there who said Twitter's going to die, it's going to go away, I think there were some people who predicted even under a year. You were wrong. Lower your confidence the next time. I said over a year ago that Twitter's not going bankrupt. Twitter's going to be just fine. And Twitter's going to continue to bother people and provide misinformation to cause the whole world to go into its demise. If you had to choose one religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Mormonism, or wokeism, which one would I choose? Let me pin this link first. Which would I choose? Out of those? Mormonism is kind of cool, actually. Definitely not Islam. Islam sucks. Christianity at least has turned the other cheek. Wokeism is, no. I should rank these in order. Yeah, let's do this. A lot of people Uber think that Christianity and Mormonism are the same thing. Like Mormons think that. But I would say Mormonism, because they actually have no concept of eternal damnation. They're very family oriented. They have polygamy for those who like it. Mormonism, Christianity. Well, actually, hang on. I'm going to go Mormonism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and then wokeism. There you go. Where have I been, Dylan? I've been saving the world. Elon Musk is just the front guy. Yeah, Elon Musk is the front guy, just like Muhammad was the front guy for Islam. Yeah, and the healthy lifestyle, exactly, Floyd, of the Mormons. Very commendable. No caffeine, no nicotine. Although I have heard that they're very depressed people. So maybe they should have some caffeine once in a while. And yeah, you get your own planet, Rami. Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Ed. Ed says they're good people unless you leave. I think that's true in almost every religion. But Mormon, I've heard some horror stories that if you're an apostate from Mormonism, like you are cut off from your mom, your dad. Yeah, no coffee. Didn't you know that, Rob? I got Tim Hortons coffee right here. Actually, it's Costco coffee in a Tim Hortons mug. Blasphemy. I'm surprised nobody's asked me about the Israel thing yet. I'll wait. Doug, can we watch some Tovia Singer? I got tons of videos of Tovia Singer. I like Tovia Singer. Out of all the Jews, he's my favorite. No, that's not true. Larry David is my favorite Jew. I'm a little quiet. I'll bump up the volume here. Yeah, Larry David. Big time Jew. Favorite Jew. Funny Jew. Bald Jew. I got a soft spot for bald people. For all you people out there, if you're young and you have hair and you're a man, live. Live like you've never lived before until it goes away. Israel or Palestine? Go, oh, someone's asked me. Okay, you guys, you want to hear the truth? Are you guys, can you handle the truth? I don't think you guys can handle the truth. Myron, should I say it? I've talked to Myron about this issue as he's been sitting on his lounge chair eating Krispy Kreme donuts. We talk about the Israel-Palestine thing quite a bit. Okay, here's the truth. Hamas and the Palestinians that support Hamas are retarded. And I don't say retarded like Floyd said about my face. I mean it in the clinical definition. The mental health definition of retarded. They are slow. They have inbred for many, many generations. Anywhere from 1/3 to 2/3 of the Palestinian population have parents who are first cousins, grandparents who are first cousins, and so forth. So I'm not saying this as a derogatory. They're clinically retarded. A lot of them. What's that, Myron? They want proof? Okay. Then the question is, how do you deal with retarded people? This is from Science Direct, December 2014. Study of IQ in Palestine. 257 children. Who else we got here? 6 to 11 years old. Who estimate an IQ of 83.3 for Palestine from the data. Two previous studies. Oops. Estimates of 86, 83. Average of 85. Just a little smarter than Forrest Gump. Oh, you like the beard, Dusty Dud? Thank you. See? Talk to Floyd then. What else do we got here? They want more proof. Let's see here. By the way, I know a little bit about inbreeding. Because I'm a Mennonite, and when I say that, not by religion, but by culture. Mennonites have a history of inbreeding as well. In fact, I'd say a lot of cultures have a history of inbreeding. And, I mean, so many problems happen when you inbreed. So many problems. I had cousins with poor eyesight, and just sickly. I mean, there's so many problems. Low IQ is another one. And so I went way outside of my gene pool, and I married someone of Trinidadian descent. I did my part, and this is what the Palestinians should do as well. In fact, they should interbreed with Jews. If you want to solve the Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Israel thing, have Jews mate with Palestinians. In fact, they used to do that in like with kingdoms, right? That's how they solve wars problems. They like very important people on both sides. They interbred. Okay, so this study here is showing what percentage of people have first cousins. Average age of first cousin marriages. About 75% have this problem in the Gaza Strip. 54% of those people had they were first cousins. 20% second cousins. I mean, you guys can read this on your own, but it's been out there for a while. Your IQ might be lower than you think. Yeah, well, that's why you should be tested. I have a theory that a lot of people, especially people who come on my channel and they start spouting words like fallacy this, fallacy that, I bet you a lot of them have never taken a standardized test in their life. And they don't know where they're at. It would be good if we had standardized tests mandatory at different ages so people know exactly where they're at. So they can come to accept themselves who they are. They can look in the mirror and say, I am stupid. I'm going to be a teller at Costco, and that's the only thing I can handle. Actually, being a teller at Costco, you have to have some skills. No offense to the tellers at Costco. Or you can say, I am smart, but there's 10% of people smarter than me. So sometimes I need to shut up on certain things. This is the truth. That we're not all created equal. Anybody who's told you that's lying to you. In terms of at least IQ, even physical abilities, we're not equal. I just watched preseason basketball game of a guy from France. What's his name? I forget his name. Some of you who know sports well know who I'm talking about. But he's a rookie out of high school, 7'3", and he can dribble like a point guard. I mean, he has all the skills. He can shoot three-pointers. He was not born equal to you and me in terms of basketball. He is a freak of nature. Some people are freaks of nature on the smart end of the scale. Some people are freaks of nature on the stupid end of the scale. It's important we know where we're at so you can accept your lot in life. Oh, and now we sound like a Hindu. Your caste system, right? 125 is pretty good, yeah. Good for you, buddy. And anybody who says their IQ is 180, 99.9% of the time they're lying to you. Because you know how rare 180 is? It's probably 0.1% of the population, if not lower. What do you think about near-death experiences? Near-death experiences are just chemicals in the brain that happen when your body's in desperation mode or shutting down mode, and it brings back stored memories in your brain. It has nothing to do with a God. Hope that answers your question, Dennis. You're aware of the problems with IQ tests, though? IQ tests, yeah, it can have problems, but some IQ tests have nothing to do with words and they have nothing to do with numbers. It's conceptual pattern-seeking skills. You can have IQ tests that blast through any type of cultural bias you can come up with. You can use IQ tests to see who's going to be a better hunter-gatherer than another person. So, there. See, only someone with a very high IQ would have that response, right? Einstein was about 180. Yeah, I think you're right, George. Or Jorge. Room's open if anybody wants to come give me grief. Yeah, and there's different types of IQ. Like, some people can have a high IQ in one area, like math, and totally suck on the IQ of social skills. Fortunately, the God that doesn't exist has blessed me with both. I can pick up social cues pretty pretty quickly. But my problem is I can pick up like I can be in a conversation with someone, pick up that they're annoyed, frustrated, whatever, sad. And depending on my mood, I can still say, I don't care. Right? We all have those moods where, okay, you're sad. That's your problem. That's a you problem. Oh, speaking of which, I just showed how there's an inbreeding problem in the Palestine area, and that I've made the claim that the average person in Hamas and the average person who supports Hamas are clinically retarded. The opposite can be said of a lot of Jews. Culturally, they probably have some of the highest IQs in the world. What do they call them? The Ashkenazis or something? Are you a narcissist? Great question by Ed. Am I a narcissist? About 8 years ago now? No, 10 years ago. Wow. Me and some friends on this online thing called Blab, we actually interviewed a psychologist. Anyhow, a psychologist came on, and it was me and three other guys, three of my friends, and the psychologist gave us an impromptu narcissist test. And after we were done, she tallied the scores, and I won. Yes, I beat those guys. I was better than them. So there's your answer. Most people blame narcissists for their problems when really it's a them problem. Like if you're a violent narcissist, that's a problem. But if you're just a narcissist who thinks they're better than other people, they could be right. They could be better than you. But the issue is, like, if you're in a relationship with a narcissist and it makes you sad, that's a you problem. Leave. Where's your compassion, PineCreek? Hey, welcome, Satan. Is that a play on Satan? I like that. I just realized that. My IQ is rising. I would choose a high street smart person over a high IQ person when the shit hits the fan. Yeah, I know what you mean. But a lot of very high IQ people are very curious people and are the street smart people. Do you have white ball hair? I had my first one when I was somewhere between 17 and 19. It was crazy. Let me put it this way. The carpet doesn't match the drapes. I don't play saxophone anymore. I used to. I played Unforgettable for my wife coming down the aisle. I used to play many hours a week. I gave that up. When are you eating no carb diet? Did you drink sparkling ice? When are you eating no carb? In the past I've been on a high carb diet. In the past I've been on a almost zero carb diet. I've been on like an 85% meat diet. I've been on a vegetarian diet. I've tried it all. What do I like the best? I don't know. Right now I'm on a balanced diet. As you get older, you care less. Kenny G. Yeah, most people don't know this, but Kenny G is a pretty good saxophone player. He's very successful. And so successful, Yahweh has hired him to play 24/7 in heaven. So all you Christians out there, when you die and go to heaven, you'll hear Kenny G music nonstop. It will never stop. Yeah, it's pretty hard to trigger me, Ed. It's because I know who I am. I'm old. Thanks for trying, though. Doug, so you support Israel? Yeah, I do. For those of you who are over 50, this is just a cycle that goes on for as long as you can remember. It's like every, 5, 6, 7 years, rockets go in, and it's like bombing and a cleaning house, and then people get sad and crying, the civilians, and then like people don't realize what war is. Do I need to tell you what war is? War is the killing of people and the destruction of stuff. That's what war is. This is why war is bad, right? But when you have a war, innocent life's going to die and stuff's going to get destroyed. That's what war is. But yeah, I would tend to support Israel way more. Not to say Israel's guilt-free, but I would support Israel way more than Palestine. Like, it comes down to, I get sick and tired of right and wrong discussions on this issue. Let me just say what I feel, okay? What I feel is, it's not a matter of who's right, who's wrong, who's immoral, who's moral. The issue is, what's going to happen practically? Who is the bigger dog? Who's the bigger fish? It's the Israelis. They don't even need America's help, but if they have it. So this is what makes the Palestinian people who support Hamas and other terrorist groups retarded. I'll even go further. Not only are they mentally retarded, they're insane, thinking that they do the same thing over and over again and get a different result for the last, 50, 70, 80 years. That's the definition of insanity. So I'll stick by that claim. Retarded and insane. And might doesn't make right, but might makes what's going to happen. And you're insane if you don't accept that. If you value your life, well, that's the problem. A lot of them don't value their life. Why did you quit playing the saxophone? Because I basically, life happened. You have kids, you work, you got to make money. I'm not like Kenny G. I haven't played the saxophone in probably 15 years. Doug, do you think the Israel-Palestine war is a religious problem? Well, yeah, of course religion plays a part of it. And that's another thing. There's a way higher percentage of atheists in Israel than in Palestine. It's another reason why I support Israel over Palestine. This is my opinion. All these are my opinions, except for the retarded part. I showed some scientific evidence for that. But if you could get the Palestinian people to become, more of them to become atheists, then this whole idea of Allah wants us to kill Jews because this is our land. And same thing with Israel, like chosen people, like a lot of Jews don't even believe that anymore. I mean, there's a lot of atheistic Jews. I think it's 20% in Israel right now. That's pretty high. Not just agnostics, the atheists. So yeah, it's definitely a religious problem. so incredibly stupid that the creator of the universe cares about a certain people having a certain land. Unbelievable to me. But, you know, people are stupid. What is my Myers-Briggs personality test? I used to know it, but I forget it. Someone can give me a test right now. I'll take it. You know what's interesting? Even though I lean conservative. Well, no, I don't lean conservative. I am a conservative. I agree with Cenk Unger. Was that his name, from the Young Turks? I watched a video of him from 9 years ago. And he basically... In fact, let me play it here. For all you left-wing progressive types who think I'm just a fascist, evil person, I agree with progressives who say that Hamas is basically the stupidest, some of the stupidest people in the world.
I understand the point that he thinks that they're being an armed resistance, but one, again, it's not the right strategy, and two, if that really is your motivating factor, then I would take out all the stupid language you have in your charter against, you know, Israel and Jews in general. Yeah, this whole idea, which they're going to get into more in a second, about does Israel have a right to exist? Dude, whether you like it or not, they exist.
Yep.
Get beyond it.
Yeah, this is the stupid, insane, retarded part. You're not going to do anything other than be like a mosquito in a tent at night. And at some point, every 5-6 years, Israel's going to swat you. You got to accept it. If you want self-preservation, then you need to change your strategy, which they don't, which makes them insane and retarded.
Or not, if you're on Hamas's side, well, then that's a stupid strategy, isn't it? Because even though you're being blocked from existence, you're getting all the blame for saying theoretically you would block Israel from existence.
Yeah, what the people in Palestine should do is get on their knees, full surrender, and say, Israel, you're better than us. We surrender. We submit to your authority. Please don't kill us. Let us survive in this little area. That's another thing. Like, I hear time and time again, I watch interviews of Palestinian people saying there's no hope for young people. They're in a prison, open air prison, and all that. Here's my question. Why are you reproducing then? Why reproduce into a devastating, hopeless existence? Doesn't make sense. Like if you were in jail with your wife and you're in jail and there's no hope and every 5-6 years some of your family dies, why are you reproducing on purpose? Well, Doug, you can't stop people from reproducing. Yeah, I forget. We don't have choices on reproduction, right? It's just all instinct.
Whether you think they are the bad guys or not, if you're on Hamas's side, well, then that's a stupid strategy, isn't it?
So here's a far left-wing progressive guy. He sounds like me. This is 9 years ago. I don't think his views have changed much.
Overwhelming in the beginning, and it has now become devastating. Yet I'm going to continue on that path. Well, only a stupid person would do that, right?
Yeah, I'd go further. I'd say not only stupid, but clinically retarded. Yeah. So there you go. Isn't it amazing when the left and right can come together? Doug's sounding like a movie villain by telling the truth? Jerome Robinson. All I'm saying is when you inbreed for generation after generation, you don't get the smartest people. That's just science. Now, don't get me wrong. The Jews historically have had that problem too, but I think they actually, what do you call them? The religious leaders, they kind of, hey, in premarital counseling, no, you're first cousins. No, this is not okay. Yeah, I guess if you don't have Netflix or Apple TV, you have coitus. But Uber, you got to remember, there's more than one way to have sex. This is why we need sexual education. Hey, all you young kids, you can reach orgasm. You can have all the fun you want. Leave your pants on if you don't have kids. One of you, leave your pants on. That's all you have to do. All you have to do. It's easy. You can still have all the fun you want. Just leave your pants on. Doug, is there one political issue prioritized? Great question, Chauncey Spleckel. Immigration is, I would say, my number one right now. I would vote for any candidate that would put the National Guard on the border and prevent anything that breathes and is bipedal from crossing the border, unless it's at a port of entry, the legal way. Hi, Harry.
Hey brother, can you hear me?
Yeah. Where's Sally?
Oh, Sally.
You don't know Harry? Have you met Sally?
No, this is the first time I'm hearing of this name before.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, Harry, what did you want to talk about?
Hey, pardon me, I'm slightly intoxicated, so I just wanna give you like holla at you. I just wanna holla at you, brother.
You want to highlight me?
Holla. It's HOLL, hey, which means just wanna say hi.
Oh, okay, Harry. Well, I'm very pleased to meet you. Actually, I'm not pleased to meet you because I don't even know you. But have you been watching my channel?
This is the 5th time which I'm calling you.
Oh, I now recognize your voice, but now you have a drunk voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I didn't recognize your voice right away, because you're drunk.
I'm not gonna take much of your time. I just wanna say good to see you with your slightly overgrown beard. But yeah, you look great, brother.
Well, thank you so much. You can now be my friend.
Oh yeah. Of course, I consider you to be my friend. Yeah, I'm not gonna take much of your time, brother. So you look great.
Why
You look
why are you sad right now? I got to ask this. Why are you sad?
Do I sound like sad?
Well, you've become inebriated to cope with some problem in your life, right?
Actually, so I belong from the Indian origin. So my mom kind of pushed me to meet a girl for marriage, and it's just today. So I did
Whoa.
not. Yeah. So it's a culture. It might come across as a culture shock to you,
No.
but
Don't, and please don't leave, because I want to talk about this. I actually, the older I get, I am more for prearranged marriages. Do you agree with that?
you're more for what?
Prearranged marriage.
Uh, yeah, so that's what my parents are initially going for, because I'm currently let me tell you something about India. So I'm my family's only child. So I had a little bit of inclination towards Christianity initially, so that's how I got to know about your channel. So let me tell you something about culture. So in India, if you're the only child and and your father has got a well-renowned business, so you are bound to take your father business forward. So that's what I'm doing initially. I'm taking my dad's business forward.
Yeah.
So since I am not able to find women of good character, you could say a wife material, in India we call it. So since I'm not able to find that, so obviously my parents were like, so obviously we're gonna opt for you for arranged marriage. Because let me tell you, brother, this might come across as shock to you. In India, more than 70% of male like prefer to get married through arranged marriage.
Yeah, I believe that. And the Japanese culture has something similar, I think, at least historically. And I think there's a huge advantage for you because how old are you, may I ask?
28.
Oh, you're old already. Your cerebral cortex is already developed, and now you can identify as a woman if you want. But that's an aside issue. Um, you didn't have to worry about your career. You don't have to worry about finding the right wife because people who are older and wiser than you have decided that for you, and you can still say no, right?
Oh yeah, my parents have still gave me that liberty कि if they are arranging a meeting with the woman, so it's still my choice ke whether I find her
Attractive.
uh, not attractive to say, but if she's wife material, if she
Cooks,
believes in,
cleans, has white
no,
hips.
no, if she believes in keeping the family together,
Yeah,
if she believes in integrity.
yeah,
Because let me give you one more cultural shock. In India, no matter how successful the son is, you are still you're still required to stay with the family.
yeah.
You're not allowed to go outside and live all by yourself.
Hey, Harry, I need to ask a favor of you. I got a
Yeah.
17-year-old son, and
Okay.
he's looking for a woman that you've just described. Can you get your parents, or you can help out, find a beautiful, family-oriented Indian woman for my son?
Look, brother. The minute I got it, I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Okay, the second best.
Second, of course, brother. You gotta like stay connected with me on Facebook or anything.
Okay,
Uh,
you know my Facebook channel, PineCreek Doug. You can message me. Start looking for, and then we'll prearrange it for my son. To say five, I don't know, 5'7". Is there any Indian women 5'7"?
oh yeah, you'll find a lot. My best friend is actually 5'10".
Okay, a woman?
Yeah.
Wow, no, that's too tall. Let's go for 5'7", no higher. Between 5'3" and 5'7". Very beautiful, high cheekbones. Are they all Hindu though? Is there any atheists there?
Majority of them are actually Hindu. I'll give you my background. Because I belong from a Sikh family. So if you
A
don't
Sikh
know who's,
family?
yeah, Sikh are those who
Oh,
don't
Sikh. You're healthy.
Sikh.
Okay, yeah.
No, 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 no. Sikh as in they are a different religion altogether. And I used to belong from that religion. I no longer follow that religion. I'm slightly more inclined towards Hinduism.
Would a Hindu woman marry a atheist man?
You could still find a modern working woman who does not herself with all those religion.
No,
You
no.
could say,
My son wants a traditional Hindu woman who will do the cooking and the cleaning, and the family's great. Stick with the family, loyal, but would marry an atheist. Does that exist?
you could still find because there are 100 billions of Hindus. It's highly likely you could still find your son could pull it off a woman like that. But yeah, I'm still struggling to find a woman like that. Being in India, but yeah, you could say like never say never. I'm still optimistic. I still
Well,
look for me
Hindus are
for
very
me correct.
pluralistic, right? Like they love all types of religions.
Uh, Nowadays it's not quite the case because earlier, yeah, they used to accept people from all religions, but there's a lot of radicalization, a lot
Oh
of
yeah, they hate
radicalization.
Muslims.
Yeah, they hate
Yeah.
Muslims predominantly, even in Manipur, which is a state in India. You could go ahead and take a look of the situation which has been going around in Manipur. for the past 5 months. PineCreek, let me remind you, for 5 months, the kind of situation that's been going around. But I don't care, since I incline more towards Hinduism, being someone from who never belonged to Hinduism before. But yeah,
Okay, well, I'll let you go. You stay in touch. You find my son a beautiful Hindu.
yeah, stay in touch with me, brother. I always love talking to you, and nice going with that beard.
Okay, take care.
Take care, brother. Bye.
That reminds me, when we went to Washington D.C. At the airport in Phoenix, there was a very beautiful young lady with long hair and a dress, looked like Amish almost. And I saw her, and I said to my son, "Hey, that's the woman you should marry. Odds are she's a great cook and sewing and loves family and family values." And it turns out she ends up being on the same flight as us. Turns out I arranged it that she sat next to our family. In fact, the flight was full, and I said, "Hey," I made sure there was a seat open next to my wife and daughter. I said, "Hey, instead of sitting between two burly, stinky men, why don't you sit with my wife and daughter?" And then, of course, my son and she started talking. And then I taught my son how to pick up women, by the way. He ended up getting her number, and yeah. You gotta, as a father, you gotta teach your son, especially in this culture where boys are a little timid, scared of rejection. They can learn skills, pick up skills from older men like me. Oh, Elyas. The Russian Muslims here. Hey, Elyas, are your parents first cousins? Tell the truth. Hey, I'm a Mennonite background. I got uncles and aunts who are first cousins. I mean, nothing to be ashamed of. You just got to admit that you're stupid and move on. Got any pickup tips for us? Well, yeah, Salty Bob. Like, if you are in the market and you want to pick up women, step number one is accept rejection. Accept rejection. Because you will be rejected. So if you, in fact, have your expectation that you will be rejected 99 out of 100 times, and then just ask 100 women, you're going to get one who'll say yes. Best pickup line. Oh my. There's so many cheesy ones. What's the good one? I actually think honesty is the best one. If I was, I don't know, in my early 20s, and I saw a woman that I was attracted to, I just go up to her and say, "Hey, you don't know me at all. I'm a stranger to you, but I just need to say this. I find you extremely attractive. I was wondering if I could buy you a coffee in the middle of the day, surrounded by lots of people, so you feel safe, and we can talk. In fact, bring your mother and father along." Or go up to this attractive lady and say, "Hi, I find you very attractive. May I speak to your father, please?" How much for your daughter? Yeah, best pickup lines, hello. Hello, it's me you're looking for. Oh yeah, that just reminded me of something. If you can sing, yeah, can you imagine if you did this? You see a beautiful woman, you're in your early 20s, you go up to her and say, "Hello, I've been alone with you inside my head. And in my dreams, I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door, and I say, hello. Is it me you're looking for? And then give credit to Lionel Richie. Today, that would be considered assault. You can't be put in jail for that. It's only going to be the far left woke people who will say that it's assault, and they're going to cry, and just let them cry. I clipped you on Twitter, safe for stream. What did you clip? Oh, I'm in trouble now. Dads should vet their daughters' future spouses. I agree, Elyas. In fact, if you don't have your father's and mother's blessing, mothers count too, let's be honest. You should think twice before getting married. Like, your parents know you pretty well, probably better than anybody else on the planet. If you're good parents, they should know you better than anybody else on the planet. And if they think this is a mistake, it probably is a mistake. Doug, do you think Western women are less feminine because of feminism? Yeah, I lean yes on that. I would lean yes. This is why there's passport bros out there going to other countries to find wives. But they're still in the United States. Very funny, Mr. Fats. If my kid only listened. Oh, Stephanie, you had a kid that went wayward? The key to raising good kids, and I think I've done this. I'm not just being, I don't think I'm lying here. I can be objective. I can tell you my faults. But I don't think one of my faults is being a good father. And I've spent so much quality time with my children. In fact, when I colored this beard today, I colored my son's beard too. And it was a father-son bonding moment. We took a picture. Where's my phone? I probably shouldn't show a picture of him. I got a very good looking son. Hang on, I'll ask him. Ask his permission to show a picture of him. JD! He's coming, I think. No, that's the dog. Weak beard, grow it bigger. That's what a Russian would say. I'm not offended. Oh, JD, are you there? JD, do you have my phone? Do you have my phone? No. Or do you want to show your beard on camera? Okay. I'm live. Oh. Yeah, there's only 138 people watching. That's fine. Okay. There you go. Yeah. I was talking to a Hindu guy earlier and asked him if he could set you up with a Hindu woman. Is that all right?
No comment.
I said 5'3" to 5'7", very beautiful.
If it was 5'2" to 5'8", then maybe.
You one of those?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an atheist? Because I said the Hindu woman has to be an atheist. I mean, be willing to marry an atheist.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. He said that's more rare, so it'll take more time to find it. Find her. Not it. Hey, you can close my door. JD. Yeah. Close my door, please. Why are you getting ads? I don't know. But you can skip them, right? Yeah, that's my kid. Musical arts. That's his passion, is musical theater. He's a great actor, great thespian. The problem is if he goes into musical theater, there's so many screwed up kids in that genre of area of high school and in college. Like I'm not exaggerating. There's so many messed up kids in that area of life that I've had to work a little harder to keep him grounded. But he's a pretty grounded kid. In fact, let's switch topics to the gender issue. He told me a few days ago that last year there were, in his program, I think there was 40 kids in the musical theater program in high school. Out of 40 kids, roughly 10 identified as either trans or non-binary last year. This year, those 10 no longer identified as trans or non-binary. This is anecdotal evidence. I understand that. But my son's not lying to me. And in fact, I've seen it with my own eyes too. Now, listen to what I'm saying to you, parents out there, and even kids. For the most part, this is a social phenomenon of kids being confused, seeking attention, where you have 10, like 25% identifying one way 1 year and another way 1 year later. So this whole phrase, trans women are women, should actually read, trans women are women for now. Wait a year and we'll find out if they still are. Ugh. Yeah, put the for now at the end. That'll get people upset. Yeah, there's studies on this too called, what is it called, desisting? Desist studies. That could be as high as 80% of kids who identify as trans no longer identify as trans. They just kind of grow out of it. Room's open if anybody wants to call in and give me grief or give me fun. Was making gay marriage legal a mistake in your opinion? No, I wouldn't call it a mistake. I just don't think it's that important. To me, the main purpose of marriage is reproduction. Gay people don't reproduce. The main purpose of marriage is to have kids. Tax incentives, visitor rights, these are all side issues. So in my opinion, that's the purpose of marriage, which gay people cannot do. They can adopt, but I'll even make this claim. All else equal, this is important caveat, all else equal, a man and a woman are better at raising children than two men or two women. Because you need that. We evolved with differences as men and women for a reason. Now, don't get me wrong. I've said this many times. There are a lot of crappy parents out there who are men and women, and there's a lot of great gay parents. But that's why I said all else equal. You have a great gay couple and a great heterosexual couple, and you've got a choice. The kids have to go either that one or that one. I'm going to choose the heterosexual without apologies. I actually think most reasonable people agree with me. I bet you a lot of gay people agree with that. The main purpose of marriage is to get a toaster oven. Yeah. Oh. I'm trying to remember how much money I made from my wedding. I think I don't know. I want to say I got 500 cash, but it probably was more than that. It was probably 1,500 in cash and probably another 1,500 in gifts. And it was a good investment. My wife and I have been married for, it'll be 30 years next year. Wait a minute. It was 30 years this year. Yeah. So the money was well spent. Good investment. Not like these kids today who get married and then divorced because I'm not happy anymore. Happiness is overrated. Your goal is not to be happy. Your goal is to be fulfilled. And sometimes the hardest things in life give you fulfillment. Do you ask your kids to do things by saying, would you like to? I sometimes, yeah. Should I surprise my wife and clean the house while she's gone or take a nap? If you're over 50, take a nap. Your wife will understand. If she's a good wife. If you're under 50, clean the house. There you go. That answer will make both sides upset. Have you noticed all the pro-Palestine and pro-Hamas protests in America all fly the Palestinian flag, but there's no American flag alongside their flag? Who are these people? Yeah, I've noticed. I mean, it's crazy. People who feel that they've been abused, got the shaft, the wrong lot in life, they will see themselves in the Palestinian people. And so it's science, it's natural for them to say, hey, I feel like my life sucks and their life sucks, so I'm going to support them. That's basically all. It's that simple. You're 24, Mason? Clean the house. You got the energy. Yeah, I do. I like the Woke Atheist call-in show. If there's any woke atheists out there, call in. If you want to know what I mean by woke, just ask. I got a video on it. Great. I think, Anonymous, what you're getting at is there's right ways and wrong ways to ask or tell your kids to do things. I think that's what you're getting at, right? One of the most amazing phrases in life is the two-word phrase, I understand. And it works great with kids. So if your kid is sad, tantrum, angry, and they're talking, they're spouting, you look them in the eyes and you say, I understand. That calms them down. And you're neither agreeing or nor disagreeing with them when you say that. Works on adults too. And then my wife is way better at this than I am, but when my kids were being raised by us and our kids would want something that's not good for them, my wife would rather, instead of saying no, I was the no guy. No. My wife was, instead of that chocolate bar, would you rather have a grape? Some grapes? So my wife and I worked great together. I was the enforcer and she was the more the compassionate type. And this is why we need the progressives and why we need the right-wingers. You need both in a society to run well. Otherwise you get chaos. I don't want to have to deal with crying people. Let the progressives give them the hugs. Although I'm a good hugger. I just count to 10 in my head. Yeah, good cop, bad cop. Will you debate a witch for Halloween? Oh, sure. I love witches. It's so funny to me when I see Christians just freak out about witches and demons and goblins and all that stuff. It's entertaining to me. Harry, you take that back. Don't say you love me. Say you like me a lot. You like me a lot. Doug, what is the meaning of life? Existentially, in the big scope of things, nothing. But privately, as an individual, the meaning of life is relationships. Fostering relationships. Realizing that you're not special. Realizing that the world doesn't revolve around you. Realizing that almost everybody on the planet does not care about you. The meaning of life is understanding that you are not cared for except for a small handful of people on the planet, and fostering those relationships. Doing your best to be fair, honest, work for your lot in life. Try to enjoy life in those relationships as long as you can, and then you die. This is hard for a lot of people to understand and to deal with, that there's no afterlife, but I think that's a good thing. You can hug someone and you can count to 21 as long as you're naked. Yeah. 21 seconds, that's all you need, Bill? Come on, if you're over 50, you can go longer than 21 seconds. What would you do again, change, if you got a second chance to raise your kids from young? Yeah, both my kids are in vitro fertilization kids, and I was very cautious, very protective. If I could do it all again, I'd been a little less protective of my kids. Although they turned out still very, very good. By the way, I think socialization of children at a young age is overrated. Kids are horrible role models for other kids. The more time the kids spend with adults, the better. Not to say they shouldn't spend time with kids their own age. In fact, they will end up being screwed up if they don't. But you have to have a balance, and always, depending on the age, have adult supervision, because kids are rotten, no good, terrible role models for other kids. They just don't know anything. You can tell right away which kids have been raised by good parents and which kids haven't. All you have to do is be a teacher in a school system. Any teachers here? My wife's a teacher. I used to be a teacher, but for university kids. But yeah, you can tell which parents have spent time with their kids and which parents haven't. Some kids are just better than other kids too, as far as behavior. I don't know why. Like, you can have rotten parents and good kids, and you can have bad kids with great parents. But on average, parenting does count. Parents do count. Like my daughter on our DC trip, she's 20 years old now, so she's not a kid anymore. She's an adult, but she was feeling a little sick on the trip because, you know, sleep deprivation and not eating properly. But I made sure she always had water. I brought vitamins for her. She was feeling too tired, so I got her food. And at the end of it, she said, like, Dad, thank you for taking care of me. Like, she's to the age where she actually notices that I'm making an effort to help her. And that's so rewarding as a dad. Like, because so many times kids don't realize 99% of what their parents do for them. They take it for granted. And then they get older and they realize, oh, wow, my parents actually do a lot of things for me. Where did I stay in DC? I stayed at the Marriott Crystal City in, is that Arlington? $600 a night because I got 2 rooms. So we had lots of space. $600 a night. Every meal was $150, maybe. The cafeteria thing was under 100, but I don't know how people travel anymore. Like, it's just so expensive. No, do not drive to DC. I'm in Arizona. You don't drive to DC from Arizona unless you have a month on. I mean, no, we flew. What a champ of a dad. Effort is hard for narcissists. Well, maybe I'm not a narcissist then. In my opinion, it shouldn't even matter if someone's a narcissist or not. If you know who you are, you can handle narcissists or not. I mean, you can walk away. You can. Narcissism is only a problem if the narcissist is violent or cheating or whatever. But if it's just they think they're better than you, who cares? I actually think that people blame narcissists for a lot of their own problems that they can't cope or deal with. Now, only a narcissist would say that, right? But I think it's true. What are your thoughts on a religious affiliated school that's still very influential in society? Well, there's the good and bad. Puja. It depends on the school, but I have said publicly that if it was a choice between my kids going to a public school that's bad or, let's say, a very good, well-run Christian school, without question. I have no problem with religious affiliated schools if they will educate my children well. If they learn how to read, write, do math, learn science, and even the whole evolution thing. What percentage of the population need to know that evolution is true in order to do their job? It's almost zero. It's like 0.1%, unless you're in like you're a molecular biologist or something. So, yeah. And I would say most religious schools, moderate ones at least, believe in evolution. Like Catholic schools do, right? It's only like, I wouldn't send my kids to a very conservative, like religiously conservative school. I was fully about to call in and ask Doug that one question I wanted to ask Arthur, but now I won't because you're here. Who's here? What are you talking about? Jerome, come on in. Ask me the question. Oh, David. Yeah. Did you hear what I said about the Palestinians, Elyas?
Man, I just rewatched that. That hella pissed me off. That hella pissed me off.
Good.
I just rewatched that. I'm hella triggered now.
Well, tell the audience what you're triggered about.
Man, where do I even start? This is.
What did I say that triggered you?
They should just stand on their knees and surrender, because they rebel and they get killed. They rebel and they get killed.
Well, that's what triggered you?
Yes.
I thought it was the fact that I
called.
called Hamas and the people who support them as retarded.
Why?
Oh, that didn't trigger you?
I didn't hear that. I just
you didn't hear that.
I just rewinded to 40 minutes, and then this is the thing that I heard. That, they should just surrender.
Yeah. Okay.
I heard this part.
Okay. So yeah, but before that, I said that a lot of people, I think that Hamas and the people who support them are retarded clinically. I'm not saying this as like there's as a derogatory, mean-spirited thing to say. I mean, they are inbred first cousin, a lot of them, from 30 to 70% of them.
No, those who are against them are this. You are describing people who are against them.
And then not only they're retarded, but they're insane. Because
do you believe that American revolutionaries are insane who fought for independence?
No.
Why not? What's the difference?
My definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Okay, so Russians who fought 250 years against Mongols are retarded, right?
I don't know about them, but I'm with the Palestine.
I'll tell you. Russians...
No, I don't care. With let's keep it on Palestine. The Palestinians, every 5 or 6 years, they shoot rockets. Then Israel cleans house, and then there's like basically a peace for 5 or 6 years, and then they repeat.
Okay. Yes. You know who else?
That's called insanity.
No. You don't know history. That's called history. That's called Russian rebellion against Mongols every 10 years. Every 10 years, for 240 years, we rebelled.
So you're saying Russians are retarded too and insane?
Listen. We rebelled. Mongols came, killed everybody, raped everybody. We were silent for 20 years. 20 years passed, new generation of Russians were born. We rebelled, same thing happened. 20 years again, we rebelled, they crushed us again. We rebelled, they crushed us.
Can we keep this on Palestine?
Who won? Russians or Mongols?
I don't know. Who won?
Well, do you see Mongolia anywhere?
Can we keep this on Palestine?
This is on Palestine. This is how you win. You rebel until
Who's
you
more
win.
powerful, Palestine or Israel?
Israel. Who's more powerful, Mongols or Russians? Mongols. Who won? Russians.
Oh, okay. So your point is that there's hope for Palestine to beat Israel.
Of course. You rebel until you win. Eventually you win. Eventually you will crack. You see,
really?
This war, they're pathetic. They cannot fight. They have no spirit. Right? The casualties are on our side. Right?
You're the first person who I think I've heard make this claim that they actually have a hope militarily.
Of course they have hope militarily. Look how bad they are doing, Israelis. They are cowards. They just surrounded them and they cannot go in because they are cowards. They are afraid of bunch of Bedouins in flip-flops with rusty Kalashnikovs, right?
How many fighter jets does Hamas have?
0.
How many nuclear weapons does Hamas have?
The same amount.
How many tanks does Hamas have?
How many tanks did Afghanistan have against USSR? How many tanks did Afghanistan have against USA? Who won? Huh?
Yeah,
Who
okay.
won?
This is like the if you're like a irritant, you're like I would say the Hamas and the Palestinian support Hamas are like a skin rash. They come back every 5 or 6 years as a skin rash.
And eventually they win, like Afghanistan, like Russia, like Vietnam.
The reason why, well, you consider it winning, but it's basically just surviving as a skin rash because the person who has the skin rash doesn't actually get rid of it. They allow it to stay.
Do you see USSR anywhere on the map? Because I don't, but I see Afghanistan. Like, how do you explain this?
How do I explain?
Explanation?
What's my
Why?
explanation that Afghanistan still exists?
Yes, yes. And USSR, it had nukes, it had army.
Because
it had
USSR
tanks,
allowed
jets.
it. That's how.
No, no. USSR was absolutely crushed and defeated by Afghanistan, which had nothing. This is exactly the same situation.
Afghanistan rolled into USSR and crushed them?
No, it didn't roll. It was the other way around, just like in Palestine. Israel rolled into Palestinian territories, occupied it, and tried to subjugate them, right? And the same thing happened in Afghanistan. USSR and you guys rolled into Afghanistan, tried to subjugate a nation, and who won? Who won?
The reason why Palestinians still exist is because of the Geneva Convention. That's probably the only reason.
Israelis don't care about Geneva Convention. They kill children just like that. In Knesset, they literally quote the biblical verses where it says like kill children, and they say
If that were true,
it is true.
Well, then why hasn't if you're saying that Israel doesn't care at all about the Geneva Convention, like especially
Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't.
Then what's your explanation for why Israel hasn't wiped Palestine out?
Because they can't. They are pussies. They're cowards. They have.
Okay, no, that's your explanation. You're saying the explanation for why Israel hasn't wiped Palestine out is because the Israelites, are cowards.
Of course, they cannot fight. They have no power.
Okay, if they were not cowards, they could wipe them out, right?
No, they couldn't. They cannot fight.
They couldn't?
Their military is in shambles.
You don't think they could drop enough bombs to wipe out Palestine tomorrow?
What do you mean drop bombs? And it would be like crazy backlash around the world.
Oh, okay, that's
Remove
different.
them forever.
That's a consequence of what they're doing. But I'm asking about the ability of Israel to actually commit genocide. Do you believe Israel has the ability to commit genocide?
Yes, of course they do.
There you go. They do have the ability. But the reason why they don't do it is because of the backlash.
Yes.
There you go. That's why Afghanistan still exists. That's why Palestine still exists. That's the explanation, because of this backlash.
Well, I'm pretty sure
it's not because they're strong. It's not because they have might. The Palestinian people have no might. They have no power. They're oppressed.
Yet they're winning.
The oppressed are winning?
They are winning, yes.
Then they're no longer oppressed if they're winning.
What do you mean they are no longer oppressed? They are winning. We Russians were winning against Mongols. We were still oppressed by Mongols.
How can you be
How
can you be an oppressed people and be a victor at the same time?
Well, winning is not the same as you won. Okay, you're in the process.
Oh, in the process of winning. Okay.
It's like in 1943 when we were like counter-attacking the Germans, right? They were still controlling a big swath of our land, but we were winning. Okay, we're in the process.
Can I ask you a question?
Any question.
Okay. So
I answer all questions.
Good. So do I.
I don't know about that.
Do you deny that Hamas killed was 230 people at that concert?
Yeah, sure. They killed the people that they're supposed to kill, but they didn't kill anybody who was not who was innocent. They didn't kill innocent people except collateral damage.
Oh, so you do deny it. So there's people at this music concert, Israelis mostly, at this music festival. You don't think there's innocent civilians?
PineCreek. Innocent people don't live on stolen lands. Don't evict natives.
Okay, so they're guilty in that sense. Fine. Okay, but do you deny that kids, early 20s, were at this music festival and Hamas killed them? Do you deny that?
No kids were intentionally killed there. Not a single kid intentionally wasn't killed.
So you do deny that Hamas went in and killed people at this music festival?
Combatants, yes. Active reservists of the Israeli army.
Okay, then so you believe that all these reports are propaganda?
40 babies already was debunked by White House.
Not the baby. I'm talking the people at this music festival.
No. Yes, they killed people, but those people were reservists of the Israeli army. They were active combatants.
Okay, fine. They were reservists.
Yes,
because every Israelite has to be in the army. I get that.
Yes, so all of them are valid target. Yes. This is reservist.
Okay, so what should be Israel's retaliation for that?
Their retaliation should be the occupation of Palestinian lands. So they should unconditionally surrender and deoccupy land. And
Hamas should surrender?
No, Israel should surrender.
No. You misunderstand. This is my question. The question is, Hamas goes in and kills 230 reservists who are at a festival celebrating music.
Yeah, they were active combatants, yes.
How can they be reservists and active combatants at the same time?
Because civilians and innocent people do not go to occupied lands, okay?
Oh my goodness.
If I go to Ukraine right now, am I a civilian? Am I a civilian if I cross the Russian border and go into Ukraine? Can Ukrainians kill me, yes or no?
They can kill you.
Okay, that's the same thing. Those music concert people, they were standing on Palestinian land. This is not Israel, this is Palestine. They have no right to be there.
Okay, let me make a claim. That it's not their land.
It is their land according to their constitution.
Okay, and then if I make this claim, they're wrong. What are you going to say?
Well, this is why there are wars, because people disagree.
Yes! There are
Yes.
wars. Okay, so just like the Native Americans, it was their land. There was a war fought. The Europeans won.
Might is right. Might is right, yes.
No, might's not right, but might makes what's going to happen. So, who owns Israel right now?
The majority of it, yes, it's under occupation of Israeli forces. Yes.
No, not under. Okay, under occupation. So, who owns Israel?
Well, USA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a client state of USA, vassal state of
Okay,
USA.
so Israel's owned by United States.
As a vassal state, yes.
Okay, so now if United States decides to, let's say, kill all Palestinians, that's their right because it's their land.
That's their right. No, they don't have the right, but they
Why
can
not?
do
It's their
such a
land.
thing.
You just said Israel owns Israel. United States owns Israel. You just said that.
Well, according to them, it's their point of view, but it's not our point of view.
Okay, so whose point of view wins?
Who wins? Our point of view eventually will win, inshallah.
No. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
But isn't practically who wins this disagreement is, like you just said, might makes right.
Might makes right, and there is nobody mightier than Allah Azza wa Jal.
Really?
Yes, Allah is the mighty.
Why has Allah been losing for 74 years?
Well, Crusaders controlled this land for like 220 years. Do you see any Crusaders there? I don't, right?
But right now, for the last 74 years, United States and Israel have owned Israel, and Allah's been silent.
Sure, just like he was silent when Crusaders owned it for 220 years, but...
So when is Allah going to wake up?
Well, whenever he wills. This life is a test, and this conflict is a test for us to overcome, just like Crusaders, 220 years.
Elyas, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm more powerful than Allah.
Well, what makes you think that?
Because I exist.
Well, so does Allah. But eventually you won't exist. And whatever Allah says...
I can do so many things Allah can't. Watch.
Okay.
I can hold this pen. Allah can't do that.
Really, I will tell you what Allah can do. Allah can win. Allah can help Afghanistan win a war against two superpowers, USSR and USA. Can you do that?
Allah needs help. He needs people.
No. He can make Afghanistan win the war against USA and USSR, two greatest superpowers the world has ever seen. How do you explain this?
I'll believe it when I see it.
But you saw it. Afghanistan won. Afghanistan won against both USSR and USA. You saw it with your own eyes. Your soldiers were there. They were running like cowards on that helicopter just inside, like in Saigon.
You're so delusional.
You remember that photo from Saigon in Vietnam where Americans like cowards, they were getting on like leather.
True or false? True or false? Israel has nuclear weapons.
Probably. I don't know. Probably, yeah.
Okay, true or false? United States has nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Okay. True or false? If United States used nuclear weapons against, like, let's say a smaller grade nuclear weapon on the Gaza Strip, everybody would be killed. Is that true?
Sure, including USA.
If the United States chose to do that and commit genocide against the Palestinian people,
and Israelis.
Would you admit then Allah lost?
No, it's just another test that he sent us to our
so there's no falsifying your view. It's like, even if United States and Israel were to commit genocide against the Gaza Strip and West Bank.
But they already did. There were many genocides against Muslims all across
the world. I mean a complete genocide.
Yes, there was a complete genocide in Spain. Spain was 60% Muslim.
If there was a complete genocide, then there'd be no Palestinians left.
No, I said in Spain. In Spain, when Muslims controlled Spain, 60% of Spain was Muslim. And
All I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to do is get you to admit that there would be a marker where you would say Allah failed. And you
no, there would never be that. It would just a test. It's just a test. It says in the Quran, right? He tests us with good and bad.
Okay. I think Allah is irrelevant to this conversation, other than just perceptions of what people say. But the bottom line is the Palestinians have no power.
Neither did Afghanistan.
They are under the mercy of the Israelites.
So was Afghanistan.
And basically what Israelite decides to do is what's going to happen, whether people like it or not.
Same was said about Afghanistan.
Okay.
Afghanistan still exists. USSR doesn't exist. Inshallah, USA will go to the same place where USSR is now, which is a garbage bin of history, right? Native Americans will be free. Black people would be free.
Let's talk about the inbreeding. Do you are your parents first cousins?
No, my parents are of different races.
Do you admit that a lot of Palestinians have first cousins for parents, and they marry first cousins?
I'm pretty sure there is no stats about that. But there is nothing wrong with that, because first cousin marriage is literally legal, like all across the world. So what's your point? It's legal in like half of the states in USA. Even if every single human on the planet Earth was like a first cousin marriage, so what? What's your point?
Like, read this study about the Gaza Strip of Palestine.
Yeah, I can just concede that. Let's say all of them are first cousin marriage. So what? What's your point?
Okay, my point is that there, when you have first cousins inbreeding like that, you tend to get lower IQ people, and people with a lot of sickly health problems. Do you deny that?
Yeah, I deny that.
You think you can have first cousin kids, first cousin grandparents, and the people are going to be just as well functioning as non-first cousins?
Well, Americans are still functioning, isn't it?
Well, no, I would admit that the hillbillies in Kentucky are not as functioning as well as other people.
Well, how is this relevant to the war?
It's relevant because this is why I claim that Hamas and the people who support them are retarded clinically and insane, because they expect they do the same things, expect a different result. They don't realize the reality that they are powerless, and that all this could go away if all they did was just surrender and give up arms and stop blasting rockets in. But they're too stupid to do that.
Oh my! Do you know the TV show like Stranger Things? I think.
Yeah, I love that show.
You love that, right? And
yeah.
You know that TV show they have like Upside Down, right?
Yeah.
This is how I see this dialogue. Like I'm living in like real world, and you living in Upside Down. You're like in La La Land or something.
What did I say that was La La Land?
Like literally, they literally owning the Israeli military. Like the entire information war is won by Muslims, by pro-Palestinians. Like every news channel.
You know what? I'll give you that. I wouldn't say entirely, but I
absolutely like wiping the floor. Did you see Piers Morgan interview with Bassem Youssef? Did you see that?
I think so, but I'm not sure which guy that is.
The comedian, the Egyptian comedian from USA who's friends with Jon Stewart.
No, I didn't see that one.
Well, you should see that and react to that, actually. This would be good content for you.
But I do agree that Hamas is using the far left liberal progressives as their manipulative tool to gain sympathy.
Actually, far right support us too. For example, like Jackson Hinkle and the Russia supports, right? And we have support from all across the board. By the way, PineCreek, do me a favor. Watch this Bassem Youssef interview on Piers Morgan channel. Trust me, it's a good content for you and you would enjoy it because it has like comedy and you like comedy, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And Bassem, watch it on stream. I'm telling you, this is good content for you. And you would understand this conflict better. Can you do that?
You want me to do it right now? How long is it?
25 minutes, I think.
No, that's
Piers Morgan. You can speed it up like to 2.5. Like
I'll think about it. I'll take a look and I'll think about it.
Trust me, it's a good content. It's already like the most popular interview about this war or something.
But
right?
before you leave, can you admit to me at least that the Palestinian people and Hamas have zero power in this situation?
No, all power belongs to them because Allah is with them and they are winning this war, and they're winning this war on the ground and on the informational war. They're also winning, so they are winning all across the board. And
Yeah.
Israel doesn't know what to do. This
That's
is complete humiliation for
complete
Israel.
humiliation.
A complete humiliation. Even did you hear that some guy in Biden administration he resigned because of this? Because he couldn't take it anymore, like how USA is covering for Israel, and this guy resigned. I forgot his name, right? But there was like reports of mutiny inside Biden administration because Israel was going too
Why-
far with the.
Can I ask why
civil
Allah,
liberties.
like, does Allah care about his people?
Yes, of course.
Why doesn't he provide electricity and water and food for the Palestinians if Israel doesn't?
Well, it's just a test. There is a hadith where Prophet ﷺ says,
So it's a test.
the Prophet says, this nation of mine has been granted mercy. Their punishment is not in the hereafter, but in this world, in the form of persecution, earthquakes,
So
and
if
slaughter.
Palestinians starve to death, it's Allah testing them.
If Allah wills good for someone, He afflicts him with trials. Right? This is why we are here. This life is a test. We grind here, right? We suffer here. We do it in order to achieve paradise.
Would it be better for the Palestinians to suffer in the Gaza Strip or die and go to paradise?
Well, if eventually they will die as martyrs, right? And the martyrs they get
Yeah.
the highest level of paradise.
So Israel would be doing the Palestinian people a favor if they dropped a nuclear bomb on them.
Oh, Israel is doing exactly what we need Israel to do. Exactly. It's all going according
So
to plan.
Israel is a messenger for Allah. It's doing Allah's will.
Allah Azza wa Jal tests Palestinian people by the means
Israel
of Israel.
is a servant of Allah.
Israel is a tool, not a
Yeah.
servant. Tool.
A tool.
It's a tool.
So
Yes, it's a tool.
Allah is using Israel right now to test the Palestinian
Yes,
people.
just like earthquakes, just like tornadoes, just like all the.
So who are you, Elyas, to interfere with the will of Allah?
We are not interfering. We are doing what we are told. Because in the Quran it says that Allah could have destroyed your enemies. It literally says there. There is a verse
Yeah.
that. Where
So
Allah says,
maybe
"I could have destroyed them all."
maybe Allah wants Israel to occupy Palestine.
Yes, of course. If it's happening, yes, obviously he wants that, and he wants us to fight against them and to become martyrs as
Okay.
well, or win victory or martyrdom. There is no like third option. We either win or we become martyrs.
So Allah wants United States to
Yes.
support Israel and Allah wants Israel to occupy Palestine and
Every-
Allah wants bombs to
Yes.
go into the
Yes.
Gaza Strip because Allah wants to test the Palestinians.
Absolutely. It literally says there in the Quran that Allah says that I could have destroyed your enemies just like that, but I sent them to you in order to test you,
Well,
It
you know,
literally says there.
Elyas, can you thank the Israels here on live stream for being a productive tool for Allah?
No, it's forbidden in the Quran to do so. You cannot.
You
support
just said
them.
that they're an effective tool for Allah. You
No,
should
we
thank the
Allah.
Israelites.
We thank Allah. We thank Allah. We don't thank the tool.
But Israel could say, no, we're not going to occupy. No, we're not going to bomb. But they do it because it's Allah's will.
Of course, they do it because it's Allah's will. It literally says that.
You see how easy this is for me?
Easy to prove Islam. You're literally like affirming everything that we believe in.
No,
Like, how is this?
I just made you concede that Israel's doing what Allah wants.
Of course, if Allah didn't want someone to do it, then they would not have been able to do it. It's as simple as that.
This whole Allah thing is it's a mess for you.
Well, it was a mess for you in Afghanistan, right? When you guys ran like cowards with all your super jets and all your super tanks and all your nukes, but there were some Bedouins with rusty Kalashnikov and they somehow won. Like, I'm still waiting to hear your explanation for that.
United States' explanation for leaving Afghanistan?
You, as a representative of United States, yes, explain why you got crushed like this in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in Cuba, in Somalia, in... how many wars did you lose? Like, I don't remember the last war that America won, actually. And you're getting crushed in Ukraine as well. Oof, there's big problems for Ukrainians there, right? They're crying because the support goes to Israel right now. Oh, that's complete debacle.
Hey, I was raised Mennonite. I lean pacifistic. So in general, I'm against war. I think there's very few people who are pro-war, but I think the reason why the United States leaves a lot of wars is because they just lose interest. It doesn't serve their national interest anymore, so they leave.
Oh yeah, that's such a cop out. It's like saying, "Oh, Hitler, he just lost the war because he just lost interest. Hitler lost interest and he stopped like occupying it." But besides the point, I remembered one thing that I wanted to tell you. Mennonite thing. I remember you said to me, Russians kicked out Mennonites from Russia or something like that. Remember?
Prussia, not
No,
Russia.
you said Russians kicked. You said Prussia, Germany, Prussia.
Well, do you consider Prussia more Germany or more Russian?
Well, of course, Prussia is Germany. It's literally a German state.
Yeah.
No, but because I remember you saying that Russia kicked Mennonites out of Russia.
Yeah, I probably should. If I did say Russia, I should have said Prussia.
Okay, Prussia, yes, they did. Because I Googled that, and Mennonites left Russia because Mennonites came to Russia because they were promised they would not be conscripted.
Yeah.
But then the Russian Tsar, Catherine the Great promised Mennonites that. But
and then they reneged on that, and then and the Mennonites said we're not going to fight, so they left. Yeah.
Yes. This is correct. But I thought you said like, oh, Russians, you kicked Mennonites out. We didn't kick you out. You just
but the Russians reneged on their promise.
The promise was made by Catherine the Great, and she was long dead when that promise was broken. So.
I come from a persecuted people, Elyas. I'm just like a Palestinian.
Well, you were persecuted by Germans. Okay, the Germans, they were persecuting you, and you found haven in Russia, and then you left Russia for your.
Oh yeah, like my heritage is going from country to country, fleeing from country to country. I'm more Palestinian than you are.
Well, you should support Palestine then.
No. I supported the Israelites because they're stronger.
But
they're an effective tool for Allah.
Okay, so if Palestine wins, you support Palestine,
right? Sure, but that's not going to happen.
Why not? Do you know how many times the state of Israel was erased?
You know, Elyas, there's another person once in here, and we've talked for half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was fun. I always enjoy talking to you.
Sure, likewise. Take care.
See ya. Okay, whoever, I know someone was waiting and then left recently. You can come back. Ugh. It's enough to make your head spin. But I'll stand by my two claims. Hamas and the people who support them are clinically retarded and insane. Because of the inbreeding. Oh, okay. He's back. This could be dangerous. We'll see. Hello. Can you can hear me, right? Okay. What's your name?
You can call me Sam.
Sam, we've talked before, right? Your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah, you remember?
What did you want to talk about, Sam?
Just an advice for the previous caller, yes.
Okay.
Don't waste your time.
Oh, I have fun.
No, it's not for you, the advice. It's for Elyas.
You're saying I shouldn't waste my time with Elyas?
No. My advice is for Elyas.
Oh, your advice is for Elyas that he shouldn't waste his time with me.
Yes.
Okay. You know, that's probably good advice.
Uh-huh.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
And do you think Israel is an effective tool for Allah?
What's the question again?
Do you believe Israel is an effective tool for Allah's testing of the Palestine people?
I don't know.
Yeah. See,
Maybe.
this is why you have good advice for Elyas, because that question alone, there's no good way to answer that if you're a Muslim.
Yeah.
That question, if you answer yes, you look like a schmuck, and if you answer no, you look like a schmuck. But yet, this is what the Muslim people believe.
I guess there's a point. There is a way to think that, because at the end of the day, everybody is allowed to live on earth according to what God wants. So
We just need to make more Palestinian people atheist, and then we could solve this problem, right?
Actually, there's to be a high percentage of atheists in Palestine.
There is?
No, there used to be.
Used to be, okay.
Yes.
Do you think...
Because Palestine was after the end of the colonization and after Britain, the English left. Palestine was more inclined to the communists, to Russia and the communist, the Marxist.
Do you think
ideology?
Do you think Hamas would exist if its adherents were 50% or higher atheists? No, right? They wouldn't.
If they were 50% atheists?
Yeah, like, do you think if everybody who supports Hamas or is in Hamas, if I could snap my fingers and make them atheists, do you think they would fire rockets into Israel still?
Probably not, I guess.
Probably not, because one of their main reasons for firing rockets into Israel is because they think Allah's on their side.
No, I think this is not about, even before taking religion into consideration. This is basically human rights. Like even if you kick a dog, you would expect a dog to bite back. This is instinct, self-defense mechanism. You see, so
okay,
maybe atheists would see that.
I love your analogy.
They are outmatched in power and military might, etc. And atheists would do those calculations and see, oh, there's no point into that. But since now the religions come into play, and yes, and that's the religion gives hope to these people that they will be rescued.
But what is your opinion on why? Like, I think the Hamas and the Palestinian people who support them are stupid. In fact, I would said the word retarded and insane. And I love your analogy about the dog, because if you watch two dogs and one dog is the alpha and one dog's the beta, eventually, if the beta keeps biting the alpha, eventually the alpha will put its foot down, and that beta dog will never touch the alpha again. But it seems like the Palestinian people who support Hamas, they haven't learned that lesson, that they are the beta dog. Israel's the alpha dog. There is no hope for them militarily. As long as Israel is as powerful and the United States backs them up, they have zero hope militarily. The only thing they have hope for is that progressives on the left around the world will weep tears enough that they'll be restrained. But what do you agree with that? What I just said, that summary?
Yes, I agree. If you see that solely on materialistic criteria, yes, absolutely. There's no.
Yeah.
You could say there's no hope for the Palestinian people. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And I'm a materialist because I don't believe in any God. So I would think if I put myself in the shoes of a Palestinian, I would say to myself, don't be stupid. Don't support people or don't fire rockets at the alpha dog. Like, if you want to survive, you say, please just let us eat, sleep, drink, and maybe have a few kids, but please don't kill us. Get on your knees and beg for mercy, surrender, and then start a productive life. But if you keep picking at the alpha dog, you're going to get swatted. But why can't the Palestinian people see that? I'm sure some of them do, but I'm the ones who support Hamas.
The thing is, you could look at this issue from, and you can take some time to study it, but even that is not allowed for the Palestinians. I mean, to surrender. to surrender. Yes,
Okay, then they're going to forever be
so
in
they want
pain.
them out. That's it. They want them out of the land. That's the main
Who wants
purpose
them
of the
out?
state.
Israel?
Yes,
If that's what they truly wanted, why haven't they done it?
because they tried, and they actually, I think they removed like 90% of the
They haven't done it because of the backlash of the world community. That's the answer, right?
yes, but
Yeah.
the process is still working. That's the thing, and that's why they asked the Gazan to move south, and they try to pressure Egypt to open the borders so that they could empty Gaza from its
So what do you think the
inhabitants.
solution is?
I don't know. From a purely materialistic point of view, there's no. There seems to be no hope. But this
Well,
is from
here's
one
my
side,
solution. It's like a maybe like a 500-year plan or 100-year plan, whatever. But my solution to this problem is you need to, number one, get the Palestinian people smarter. So, in other words, convince them to stop inbreeding, convince them to stop supporting people like Hamas, and even if, like, I don't even know the right answer. It could be true that 70% of the Palestinians don't support Hamas, and Hamas is like a terrorist organization. And I don't know, maybe give weapons to the Palestinian people to actually kill Hamas for themselves, and have like a internal civil war. I don't know, but you got to get them smarter to think that what they're doing is not working. They'll forever be killed. Civilian, innocent people will forever be killed if they keep picking at the beast. Beast being Israel. Got to get them. They have to be smarter and realize their lot in life, that they are an oppressed people with no power, and so their only hope is to get the world community to support them. And they're not going to get the world community to support them when they go into music festivals and kill 230 people, whatever it was. That's stupid.
Yeah, there's something weird about what happened on the 7th of October. It's quite weird to have, like, the IDF is everywhere in Israel, and to wait 6 hours for them to arrive, when you know that there's like half an hour flight from Jerusalem to Gaza. That's weird. And putting more secular Israelis to the south near Gaza, when you know how the ultra-Orthodox Jews hate or dislike very much the secular Jews. So I don't know. It seems weird. Okay, so anyways,
Another solution is to get, over time, over the next 100 years, get more and more Palestinian people to stop believing in Allah.
No, that's not a solution.
Why not? A lot of this is religiously motivated, right? The Israelites think this is their promised land. The Palestinians think that this is a land given by Allah. If both the Jews and Palestinians can say, oh, you know what? We're just humans. There's no God. I think not all the problems, but like at least a big percentage of the problems just poof, go away.
I can understand your why you think like that. I definitely can understand it, because the English, the white English, Scottish, European colonizators who reach America, North and South America, were able to wipe out most of the population without punishment. And this is from a Darwin perspective. This is it seems to be okay. The local Indians in North America, in Canada, America, also the Latino Americans were almost completely
Okay, yeah,
wiped out.
let me talk about that because people always bring up that analogy. There's this idea in people's head that the Native Americans in both, what's now Canada, United States, and Mexico, we're all aligned and we're one big happy family. No, Native Americans would wipe out other Native Americans long before the Europeans even came. They were there. How many Native American tribes are there in North America? There's at least could be close to 20, over 10 for sure. And they didn't like each other. They hated each other, a lot of them. And so this whole idea that Europeans came in and wiped out all the Native Americans, they were doing that within themselves. The history of humankind, people wiped out other people. That's nothing new.
No, but the scale at which it was done by the English and the French and so on was, thanks to the Industrial Revolution, was to the next level. It was more efficient and
right. I understand. It was close to genocide. I get that. But the thing is, the smart Native Americans in North America have realized that they're oppressed and they have zero power. And so they got to make the best of their situation. And so a lot of these tribes, I'm in Arizona, the Navajo, no, not the Navajo, a different tribe. But anyhow, a lot of these tribes realize they can use this to their benefit. And they own most of the casinos in North America, the Native Americans. And they're making money, big money. And now a lot of people in the reservations are still very poor and in poverty. But at least the smart Native Americans, they're reaping the benefits. And I would think the Palestinians could take the role model of the Native Americans in North America as an example of what to do. Admit they are defeated. Admit they lost a war. Admit they have no power. And then say to Israel, okay, we surrender. Can we open up a casino in the West Bank and in Gaza? I mean, and then become capitalists and start making money and living the good life.
You know what they say, from defeat to defeat till victory. So no,
it's against the law, Allah's law to gamble. So there goes that idea.
Yes, there's that. And also, you can study history. The Muslims would never stop, even if they are completely wiped out.
Who will not stop?
You have to wipe them out, or in order for them to stop.
The Palestinians?
Muslims in general. And
no, I don't know if that's true. Like, there's a lot of moderate Muslims out there who care about Islam, but don't care about it in the sense that they need to wipe out other people, right?
That rhetoric about wiping out other people, that's not Islamic.
Well, you know what I mean. That they're not adamant that everything is a test from Allah, and that in the end Allah is going to. I mean, they're more like cultural Muslims.
Something needs to be straightened up clearly about Hamas and the Palestinians and Muslims in general. It is not allowed to wipe out a population.
I know, but it's all semantics. It's basically, you're not allowed to wipe out a population unless they're enemy combatants that are trying to invade your land, and then it's okay because Allah says, you got to defend yourself. It becomes tomato. It's how you define who this person is you're killing. Like what Elyas said earlier, like these 230 people at this music festival, there weren't innocent civilians. They were reservists because all Israelis have to join the army. So what the Hamas did was kill military people. That's how his brain works.
Yeah, I didn't get that part because I came later, but that's beside the point. to come back to your main point is that we should surrender.
Yeah.
The Indians did it.
The Native Americans are smarter than the Hamas and the people who support them in Palestine because they realized they can't win. They surrendered. That's what Hamas and the people who support them should do. Surrender, get on their knees, and beg for mercy from Israel. But they can't do that because of religious reasons. But if they want to live, that's what they should do.
No, there's a history. In the past, Muslims surrendered before when they faced very, very difficult situations. Muslims surrendered.
Where?
No issue. In Iraq, for instance, Baghdad, when the Mongols.
You think a Muslim in Iraq would admit that?
No, not contemporary Muslims in Iraq. This is in the 12th or 13th century during the Mongol invasion, Genghis Khan and so on. So
I think like Muslims like Elyas would say, well, we didn't surrender. It's just a test that we're going through right now, and ultimately we're going to win. So there's no surrendering. It's just a delay of the victory.
Yes, because in the end, he's right about that. In the end, when everybody meets his maker, there will be believers and unbelievers. So in the end, everybody, the believers win, and the believer lose. So,
but this is why I think some Muslims are stupid, because they're just as stupid as the Christians who say Jesus is going to come any day now. Like, it's been 2,000 years. You wake up, smell the coffee. Jesus is not coming. And same with the Muslims who support Hamas. Wake up, smell the coffee. You have lost. You're not going to beat Israel. You're not going to beat the United States. You have no power. You're done. Surrender. Stop picking at the beast. Stop throwing rockets over and terrorizing people. Even though it's like only a few hundred people dying, still, you're terrorizing thousands and thousands of Israelis. Stop it. Just realize you're powerless.
I would say there's no rush to surrender.
What do you mean? The Palestinian people are being killed. You don't want to rush saving their life?
Yeah, there's, I think, 5,000 Palestinian people killed. And there are 3 million, and 10 million outside Palestine. So it hurts to see babies and children.
Like, do you think the Palestinians would say, let's say Israel had this policy: for every one Israeli citizen killed, they'll kill 1,000 Palestinians. Let's say they actually came out and said that. That would be against the Geneva Convention, but let's say that was their policy. So what? Let's say 500 people have died so far in Israel. They would say, okay, 500,000 Palestinians are going to die now. Civilians. We're going to target civilians. Do you think that would change Hamas's mind, and they would finally surrender?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I think if they have any rationality and sanity left for their own self-preservation, they would have to. But if they don't, at that point, like, that just shows that I am right. They're retarded and insane.
Yeah, if you see that from purely a materialistic point of view, a survivalist, I don't know if you can say that, point of view, in order to preserve your life, that's clear. It seems to be illogical to not surrender, facing those odds. So
yeah, it's like, but I guess if you don't value your own life or the life of your family, and you're going to go to paradise if you die. Have you seen the movie Inglourious Bastards? The story about the Nazi Germany. There's a scene where Brad Pitt's character and a guy named the Bear Jew kills Nazis, and the Nazis refuse to give information up or whatever, and Brad Pitt's character says, we got a Nazi who wants to die for country, oblige him. Like, at some point, this is the same situation where the Hamas wants to die. Well, and at some point Israel's going to say, let's oblige them. And to me, this is just crazy. It's like, you have no power. You have rocks and rockets and little hand gliders. They have fighter jets, nuclear bombs. You're not going to win, at least not in the next 100 years. Allah's silent. He's not doing anything. Give up. Fall on your knees and beg for mercy from those evil Jews that have conquered you, and give up.
Yes, any reasonable
Any
mind
reason?
would say that.
You're
Absolutely.
admitting that the Palestinian people who support Hamas are not reasonable.
Yeah, as I said, from purely materialistic point of view, this is unreasonable.
How is it reasonable even
That's
from your
true.
perspective?
Sorry?
How is it reasonable in any perspective?
From a religious perspective, this is reasonable not to surrender. Because when you believe in God, death is not that important. That's the rationale about
Yeah, I understand.
behind Hamas not
And this is the evils of religion. It's like, my religion's so important to me, I'd rather die and have my family killed by bombs than surrender. It's like, anyhow, I got another guest here. It was really nice talking to you, Sam.
just one last word for Elyas and those alike. Please don't waste your time debating with
me,
not with you, but in general with professional skeptics. I mean, people earn
Okay, but
money
are you saying this
being
because Elyas looks bad?
Sorry?
Are you saying this because I make Elyas look bad?
No, because when your job is to be skeptical and you earn your living that way, or your reputation on anything.
But are you talking about me?
I'm speaking about atheists in general.
Because I have not been skeptical that much on this live stream so far. I've made some pretty bold claims. I'm not illustrating a lot of skepticism here. I'm seeing reality the way it is. And I'm saying the Palestinians are an oppressed, powerless people. Hamas should fall on their knees and surrender to the giant Israel and realize they have no hope. In fact, I don't even see it's sane for the Palestinian people to even reproduce given the situation. Why the heck are the Palestinian people having babies in a jail? That's stupid. You do not have babies in jail. And if you believe you're in an open air jail, why are you reproducing? Because Allah said so. Be fruitful and multiply, something like that, right? Isn't that in the Quran?
No. Again, you are right if you see at it from that aspect. But again,
Anyhow, someone else wants on, so I'll let you go.
goodbye.
Thanks for calling. Leader J. Hey, thanks for turning off the tab right away. I appreciate that.
No problem. Can you hear me well? Does this sound all right?
You sound like you're in a Diet Coke can, but I can hear you.
All right, dang. My bad.
That's all right.
I never used this before.
That's all right. What did you want to talk about?
I have a question regarding, you mentioned Mennonites. I had a few questions regarding the war and religious views.
Okay.
So I heard you mention that you were a Mennonite. Are you a former Amish?
No, Amish and Mennonite are different.
Oh, okay. What would be the Mennonite view on religion?
Mennonites are a branch of Protestantism, which came from the Reformation movement in the 1600s, 1500s. And so they're not Catholic, they're Protestant. They believe that they can read the Bible for themselves. They don't need bishops or priests to teach them anything. They were followers of a guy named Menno Simons. And that's where the name came from, Mennonites, Menno Simons. And what separated them from other branches of Protestants is mostly pacifism. They believe Jesus, when he said turn the other cheek, he meant it. So to bring this back to the Palestine issue, if the Palestinians were Mennonites, they would say to the Israelites, come in and kill us. We don't care. If you want to kill us, kill us. We're not going to retaliate. We're not going to throw rockets. If the Palestinian people became Mennonites tomorrow, the conflict would end. And odds are Israel would leave Palestine alone, and that would be that. But, of course, they're not Mennonites. They're Muslims.
Right. Yeah, that's my question regarding that. From what I've been observing like the last hour, I watched. I've been subbed for a while. I'm not sure how I came across this channel. But I was watching you debate Elyas. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah, he was
for,
just
like,
on. Yep.
the last 40 minutes or so, and then you had that guy that just called in right now. Do you normally get into discussions with Islam regarding that? Is that the main focus of the channel?
No, I would say the main focus of this channel historically has been 70 to 80% Christian, 10% Islam, and 10% other.
Okay. But regarding the war, though, where do you align on the side of it? Are you somewhere in between, or are you siding with Israel? From what I've noticed,
I side with Israel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Do you not value Islam as a religion? Is that why you side with Israel, or is it just more of a political thing than a religious thing?
I side with Israel more because I think Israel has shown through history that they're willing to give up things for the Palestinian people. Of course, the people who support Palestine are going to strongly disagree with that. And I think that for the most part, Israel just wants to be left alone, and they're willing to leave other people alone. They've actually demonstrated this with their recent relationships with countries like Jordan and or especially Saudi Arabia. So I think if Palestinian people were to totally just ignore Israel and not throw any rockets over, not antagonize, Israel would probably just say, hey, do what you want to do. They probably open up the restrictions because they have no threats anymore. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. So from what I've witnessed, you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What made you fall out of your faith, or was it more of a not believing anymore?
I started asking the what's more likely question, like what's more likely, a holy text is from a creator of the universe, or man just writes stuff up. Once you start asking very simple questions like that, and you give up all your neediness. So as I got older, I started becoming more independent. I didn't need God to pay the electric bill. I wasn't worried about life and stuff. So my neediness for God went down. My reasoning and rationality for, what's more likely, that people write stories or a man walked on water, things started falling apart very quickly.
Okay. With the atheist mindset, though, with that, do you really care regarding certain holy wars, if you want to refer to it as that, going on in the Middle East, as those are more pertaining to a religious view than
That's a great question.
frame?
That's a great question. Part of me thinks no, I shouldn't really care, but I do, even though my personality type is more, well, I'll leave my personality type out of it. I still have empathy for people. Like, I still, even though I don't know them and they're strangers, I still don't like war. I still don't like people dying, innocent kids and women dying. So I think the solution for this issue as an atheist is, of course, for the Muslims to stop believing Allah is like going to help them realize the reality of the situation and surrender, and to save their own lives, to stop the bombing. To me, it's just the rational thing to do.
Yeah, I can see that a little bit. I'm not necessarily an atheist. I don't know if I come off as that. I'm involved with a bunch of different religious organizations, if you want to put it like that. I'm familiar with Islam, but not necessarily the Arabian Middle Eastern version. I'm loosely associated with the Nation of Islam. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yeah.
And loosely associated with the Hebrew Israelites. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yeah.
For say, you know, I'm a Christian, because you know I'm involved with Christians. So, but I'm more in line. Like I've always called myself a Jew, because like ethnically I can claim that you know that, and then also like my religious views are very Jewish. But my stance on this is that it's more than just religion or a political frame. I think that most of these you know, these wars like this can be pre-planned or even outright, you know, ended before even kind of blood is shed. You know, I think a lot of these governments are aware of issues like this. I think that Netanyahu was well aware that Hamas was eventually going to plan an attack, and I think a lot of that could have been prevented. And I think a lot of like
That's an
stuff like this.
that's an interesting point you make right now, because I've asked myself the same question. How is it possible that Hamas got through that gate and killed those people at that music festival? Like, were the Israeli defense systems that incompetent? Like, a part of me, I mentioned earlier, I haven't been skeptical, but I am skeptical about that. So I can see how a conspiracy theorist might say, and I'm not sure if you're saying this, but I'm getting wind that you are, that Israel purposely allowed this to
Lightweight.
happen. That Israel purposely allowed those civilians to be killed in order so they could justify going in and bombing. Is that what you're saying?
In a kind of way, but what I was alluding to more is that I think that a lot of these countries and governments are in the know before any kind of war is being planned out or any kind of, you know, blood is being shed. I think that the Israeli government and the IDF were well aware that Hamas was eventually going to attack. So my take on it is that if you ever looked at the Gaza borders, they're surrounded. It's like barbed wire, like there's checkpoints everywhere. So my initial take is, how did they get through like that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that would be my initial outlook on that. I think that there was
It's not a bad point, because I saw a interview with a colonel or a general of the Israeli army, basically admitting we failed, we dropped the ball, but a part of me thinks, how did you drop the ball on this? Like, you should. I mean, we got a history of Hamas doing things like this. You got to be vigilant 24/7 every day of the year.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I've always wondered. I think that they were well aware that Hamas was eventually going to plan this, and if they were well aware, they could have already went into Gaza and, you know, did something about Hamas if they were really that such of a problem, you know, because I don't know if you've seen lately, but the Palestinians, they're doing how would I refer to it, as like the Palestinian superiority kind of like mindset, the nationalism. So I'm sure that's always been on the Hamas's mindset. And
where do they get that from, though? Like I can admit, like, as a man, that a 25-year-old bodybuilder type who's taken jiu-jitsu is going to clean my clock if I try to fight him. Like, I'm a 52-year-old old guy. I admit, if there was even if I'm smarter than them or whatever, but it comes down to brute force, I have to fall on my knees and say, I'm sorry, have mercy on me, don't hurt me. Like, at some point, you got to see reality for what it is. And how can the Palestinian people think militarily they're superior in any way? I don't get that.
I'm not sure. I think it goes into like Islam, you know, more of radical Islam, if that's kind of like that. You know, they see themselves as, well, because the Jews also see themselves as that. If you get into like Orthodox and really diehard, you know, Judaism, if referring it to as that, they also see themselves in that kind of light, or they're not a lot of them see themselves above everybody else, but since it's kind of like God's chosen people, they kind of have like that leeway that they're more
Well,
important.
as a
So that kind of reflects into Islam as well, like with
as a
the
materialist,
stuff like that.
as a materialist who doesn't believe in God, I can justify that some cultures of Judaism are superior to other humans. Their intellect is off the charts. 30% of all Nobel Prize winners have been Jews, or at least 20. I mean, I can justify and make the case that intellectually, the Jews are a superior race, intellectually.
I know, I agree with that, actually.
We've shocked a lot of people right now.
But my thing is that the mindset that they have, the Palestinians, and along with the other Muslim nations such as Iran supporting them, I think they see it more as a holy war, and this is something like to be won. So the mindset is that it's a nationalist view, and that they're Allah's messengers and representation here on earth, they have that the authority to do His will. And I think that's what we're seeing right this. But if that's the case, I think a lot of these governments need to be aware of situations like this. Even if freedom of religion is the one of the laws, I think a lot of religions need to be looked at to see how influential they are regarding like what we just witnessed with the Palestinians and them claiming this is Allah's holy war. And I think a lot of that can also reflect on the Catholic Church too. I think they hold.
But this gets to my point that if we could convert more people to atheism, a lot of these types of wars would go away.
They would. I think a lot of religions, though, in a sense, that still hold, like Judaism, I will say, if you actually read the Old Testament, there are, even in the New Testament, there are, like the ancient world ideals, but a lot of those have faded away, like going to war with your enemy, taking war, to them, capturing, your enemy, and bestowing on them, acts of what God says to do to them. They don't do that no more, though. If you look into, Judaism, like that is very similar to Islam, but those ideals are still held by many Muslims. A lot of Jews, ancient Israelite customs have kind of very faded away into this modern age. More of the religion is now modernized, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if you see it like that.
Well, I would say that's a good thing.
Right. But yeah, no, that's my take. I think that the governments are well aware of what's going to be happening. Like, I can even throw 9/11 in there. I think they knew about that as well. But
do you
that's
think
a whole other discussion.
do you think 9/11 was American conspiracy thing, that the American government was behind it?
I'm not denying any kind of like association to the Taliban like people do, but I do think they were well aware of that coming.
See,
and
but that's a tough pill to swallow, because you're basically saying the American government was okay with, what was it, 3,000 people dying?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to wrap that concept, but I do think the American government was well aware of 9/11, and
like
you mean
on 9/10, you're saying the government was aware of what would happen on 9/11.
Correct.
Yeah, that's I even if that's true, I cannot bring myself to believe that, because I can't imagine being a senator or a cabinet member knowing that tomorrow 3,000 of my citizens are going to die and we could stop it, and not stopping it. Like, you have to be an evil person to do that.
Well, initially, I do think. Well, maybe we can draw like a line saying that not the whole cabinet of the government or the presidential cabinet was aware of it, but I do think that there was select individuals such as George Bush that were well aware of that going to take place, and I think if they were trying to stop it, they could have prevented it. You know, that's always the case. But I do think it was a financial gain on their end to, put us.
I can
into some kind of
understand that.
wars.
Yeah, I can understand the conspiracy thinking behind that because Halliburton made billions and billions of dollars from that war. I understand where the conspiracy theories are coming from on that respect, but what I can't wrap my brain around is that there was a willingness for some citizens to see innocent civilians die just for war propaganda reasons, like that, and that's how far you have to go with this conspiracy to accept it. And I mean, it's a way bigger pill to swallow than even a fake moon landing. It's just like,
well, that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, but anyhow, I'll let you go. Thanks for coming on.
Well, I had one more thing I just wanted to say. Is that
Okay,
all right?
one more thing.
Because you mentioned that though. Regarding Islam, though, would you say that you think that certain countries use more radical religions in those kind of like situations to further their agendas?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Would you say that's what we're seeing right now with what we would call Palestine and the Hamas war with Israel?
Definitely, yeah. I honestly believe that they were all, if I could snap my fingers and make them all atheists, the conflict would stop.
Okay. All right.
Or at least most of it. I mean, the vast majority of it, because they believe they have Allah on their side. Like Elyas said it himself earlier. Like, the reason why they don't surrender is because they have hope that Allah is going to help them.
And that's the chosen mindset that they have, because they believe that they're Allah's representation on earth, so they have that authority.
But let's be fair, the Jews believe that too.
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
But
when
which
really it's
one
the
do you see
Mennonites.
more?
Really, it's the Mennonites who are the chosen people. We just haven't. We're too shy to tell people that. So,
are the Mennonites a race of people, or is it just a religion?
Mennonitism is very similar to Judaism in the sense that you can be a cultural Mennonite and a theological Mennonite, just like you can be a cultural Jew or an Orthodox Jew. So I would say I'm a cultural Mennonite in terms of how I was raised, the foods I eat, things I value. But religiously, I don't believe any of it's true. Like, as far as, Jesus is God and Christianity is true and all that.
Okay.
But I don't even consider Jews a race, really. And I don't consider being Mennonite a race. Understand that some people view Judaism as a type of race, but you can have Jews of any color, any skin shade.
Well, it's both, but that depends on which Jew you're asking.
Yeah.
A lot of them will give you different answers. Like the more Orthodox and Rabbinic people, they'll say it's a race,
Yeah.
Semitic.
It's definitely a very solidified culture. There's no denying that.
Right. Well, I'll let you get on with your show. I just had a few things I wanted to ask. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming on. Yes, I do want to talk. I can't right now on daddy duty. Okay. Well, Luke, if I do go on this coming Thursday, it would probably be midday Pacific time. So just, I don't know if you work during the day. Or you can email me. Although I hate scheduling things. You guys gotta understand, I've been working for myself forever. For the last 30 years, since I've been 20, I just don't, I'm a freedom type of guy. I just don't like scheduling and saying, okay, I have to be here on this Thursday at this time to do this. I like to just live life. I'm a free floater. I didn't plan that I'd be on live streaming today. I just, at 10 o'clock my time, say, maybe I should go live. Okay. This is why I'll never retire. I'll still always work, because if you can work and set your own schedule in life, work is fun. And people who retire, they get sick, depressed, lonely, bored, don't ever retire is my advice. Oh, the young people are going to hate me now. Oh, how are we going to get your jobs if you never retire? But I can understand people who want to retire, who go to work every day 9 to 5 in a sucky job. Then retire. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Japheth, it's been a while.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I know
I'm
where
in
you
Australia
stand.
now. Sorry.
I know where you stand on the Israel-Palestine thing.
I'm kind of agnostic, but I'm slightly more sympathetic to Israel.
That's because you love power.
No, I mean, the God promised to give the land to Abraham. That cost.
Promises.
So one of the call I want to make is publicly announce. What's that?
You getting married?
No. I'm still a Christian. So I was a unit. I denied the divinity of Jesus Christ, and I affirm it now.
You used to deny the divinity of Christ, but now you believe in the divinity of Christ?
Again, yes.
Oh, so that means you are getting married to a Christian.
No. What do you married?
No, it's a joke on the PineCreek theorem. You went from a Unitarian to a Trinitarian because you met a girl who's a Trinitarian.
No. Well, I am sort of in the middle between modalist and Trinitarian. So I believe the God of Israel, coming into the New Testament, he manifests himself at three different roles at the same time. So
you know the Trinity is a contradiction in logic, right?
Yeah. Okay. I am the concurrent modalist. I think if there is a term.
Oh, you're a modalist. Okay, then you're fine.
Yeah. So but it's not the traditional modalist, because the traditional modalist, as articulated, is Father become the Son and then become the Holy Spirit, right? They are never but I believe God is multi-present and he can be at three concurrently operating three at the same time. So
you are contradicting. You if you believe in classical logic, you have a contradictory belief.
Well, there is no contradiction. I mean,
do you believe Jesus is God?
Yes.
Do you believe Jesus is identical to God?
If I were to give an analogy, I have to give the analogy first so that you can understand. So think of this one person, let's say called John, and
who's a father, a brother, a son. I get it.
Wait. So he's playing both as a public defender and judge at the same time. So, but think of it when he is operating the two roles.
Yeah, I understand all this. I've heard this 1,000 times. But the problem you have is, let me get my pen and paper out here. Did you see the video of Danny from Phil Talk talking to Inspiring Philosophy? It was beautiful.
No.
He got Inspiring Philosophy to admit, and he's done this before. Inspiring Philosophy has admitted this on other channels. But if you believe in classical logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, you cannot be a Trinitarian. Because
I'm not a Trinitarian, I'm a concurrent modalist.
Okay, but even some of the things you said here is, if Jesus is God, if the Holy Spirit is God, and if the Father is God, but Jesus and the Holy Spirit and the Father are three distinct persons.
I reject the term person. That's what's Trinitarian roles.
Okay, so let me see if I got you right then. You believe then that the concept of the Trinity is like multiple personality disorder. So let's say I have multiple personality disorder, and I view myself as a woman who is an athlete. I'm like a high jump athlete woman, and I'm also a serial killer man, and I'm also a pacifistic Mennonite boy.
I won't disparage Trinitarians here. So my position is concurrent modalist, but I don't want to use my time here to. It's contradiction. I believe Trinity is contradiction, but I won't disparage it.
Okay. What did you want to talk about then? You just wanted to admit that you're no longer a Unitarian?
Socinian, okay, okay. I used to deny Jesus' divinity, and I just want to renounce that position. But
Well, even Unitarians say that Jesus was divine, but they don't say he's God, identical to God. Like that's the Unitarian position. They say Jesus is divine. In fact, they say you're divine, I'm divine, because we're all made in the image of God. That we will never die. Like
you are not a partaker of divine nature. You are an unbeliever. You are not a partaker of the divine nature.
Don't you know the scripture about when Jesus says we're all gods?
Well, that's Psalm 82. It's
No, not Psalm. In the New Testament.
yeah. John 10, 34, 35 was quoting Psalm 82.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, you are all gods. All of you are the sons of the Most High. So in a way, I'm a god, you're a god, she's a god, he's a god, everyone's a god.
I think there's a verse in Jeremiah 3 or 4, right, that mentions, although they are called God, they are not real gods. So it's
we're demigods. I like when I dated in high school, women would call me, godlike all the time. Like, so I just accepted it.
Anyway, and I want to comment. You are not so often like before. I think you come to talk twice a month now. Previously you did it once a week, right? Once or twice a week. You have reduced.
I've kind of stopped talking about theism, and because it's a waste of time almost, because there's so much resources out there. Like, let's say you're doubting Christianity. Let's say you're doubting theism in general, and you want to find answers or opinions or viewpoints other than your own. All of it's already out there. There's nothing new I can say. And so if you really want to, you can go research. And I do think that a lot of people go crazy when they leave religion. My guess is you might go crazy if you leave religion.
I think I'm really firmly in God's hand, and yeah.
I know you need it. You need it. I don't.
I mean, I'm good. Okay. Anyway, I want to talk another thing is, in some sense, you play a role as a comforter for atheists. So I think.
Yeah, that's another reason why I stopped, because I didn't want to be a comfort blanket to atheists to justify their non-belief. That's one of the reasons why I stream less and talk about it less, because it made me feel icky. Like, if you're an atheist, you should have your own reason. You shouldn't have to come on my channel and say, "Oh yes, I'm a strong atheist because I listen to PineCreek." I mean, it's not my job to make you feel good.
Anyway, but the reason I think previously I quite attended several times your talk. It just give me to stress test my position, and I follow the truth. But yeah.
Why do you need Jesus, Japheth? What's the real reason?
Okay,
you're scared of death. You're scared of not being able to.
There is one time in the past, some period in the past where I'm afraid of hell. But yeah, I mean, I'm still fear God now, but it's not so much. I don't think that's mainly the reason now, because
you're in danger.
A new discovery. I am convinced even unbelievers won't spend eternity in hell. There is not a single verse in the Bible that
Once your fear of hell goes away, like if you had the fear of hell and if it's gone away, careful, Japheth. You're on your path to atheism.
No. There is still hell. It's 1,000 years. It's not an eternal hell. So
it's only 1,000 years.
Yeah, and so in some sense, I don't think theists should be theists and atheist debates like this to be so confrontational. I think for PineCreek, you have a role in comforting fellow atheists, but not so much to contest ideas with theists. And I think theists who come into your show to try to, in some sense, to outsmart you. I think it's.
I don't understand why you fear God. Why do you fear God?
It's the truth. He's the creator of the universe. I mean,
But do you have any personal evidence that if you do X, God will reward you, and if you do Y, he will punish you? Like in your
it's
own
really
life.
personal anecdote, and there's nothing I can say that will makes you feel convinced. I think.
Well, no, but what convinces you? Like, is it what justifies this fear you have? Like, sure, you have this concept that God created the universe and he's very powerful, but practically in your own life, have you seen where you've disobeyed God and God himself has punished you for it and you know it's from God?
I think I might have an example. Okay. So every time I have meal, I always give grace, thanks to God, right? And there is this one time, and I forgot to give thanks. It's the only time where I received this illness or sickness, where I lost my taste for a few months.
You got COVID.
Maybe, but it's such a coincidence. I don't think it's that coincidence because that is the only time in 10 years that I forgot to give.
So you forgot to say grace, and then for a couple of months you couldn't taste anything.
Yes.
Yeah, you got COVID.
That is your naturalistic explanation, and I don't blame you for that. But I attribute it to the divine.
Did you have any other symptoms other than losing taste?
But it is a COVID. Yes, it is during the COVID period.
Yeah, Japheth, God had nothing to do with you not. This is, you know what would make.
There are so many examples in my life.
You know what would make a guy like me fear God?
I cannot convince you. I'm just saying.
No, you could. You can convince me.
The towel on fire. I can't do. I can't make God.
You know how you can convince me? I'll give you an example. I'm dead serious. You can convince me that God should be feared and is real. Let's say we go to a prison and we go to the federal prison where they have murderers. We've been convicted of murder, and we line them up. Let's say we get 5 of them, and you pray in the name of Jesus for God to execute his justice on these murderers, which is a grave sin, very bad sin. And after you pray, you say, Lord, on the count of 3, have all 5 of these convicted murderers drop dead right now on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3 in Jesus' name. And all 5 of them drop dead. I'm not lying to you. I will start to fear your God.
Well,
that's way better evidence than not tasting food during COVID season.
You asked me for a proof, a personal anecdote, right? I know it won't convince you. That one I can think. Yeah. So for 10 years, there's not a single time I forgot to give thanks. And one time I forgot.
Oh, that's so superstitious. That sounds so superstitious to me. You didn't say an incantation. You didn't give this little utterance, and then you lost your taste. It's no different than a football player who rubs a rabbit's foot in order to get good luck to get a touchdown.
I think it's a loss of my divine shield if I were to articulate it.
Yeah.
And I can find a verse in the New Testament that says it. So there is this one time that Herod did not give glory to God and God struck him dead.
Yeah, that's a story. Never happened.
Well, I believe that's not, it's not a story, it's an event. I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, you believe it because you're a Christian. But, I mean, people drop dead all the time, and it happens to coincide with them, let's say, doing a certain sin. So then other people think God's judged them. There's people who sin all the time and live lavish, beautiful, wonderful lives, and then they die. To say you have this fear of God because of these stories or because you lost taste in food, these are terrible reasons, in my opinion.
My experience with God is so much more comprehensive than that. You asked me for a.
I know it's always that way. It's like when Christians agree with me that this is a terrible reason, they move on to the next reason, and then, well, okay, but then I got this reason, and this is part of the reason why I stopped live streaming with theists, because I'm tired of just hopping around from reason to reason to reason. You believe because you believe, you feel you need it, you have this fear, you have these desires, you have these needs, it makes you happier, it makes you more content, and I say, go ahead, stay a Christian, it's fine. But for a guy like me, I'll look you in the eyes, I don't need it. There's no good reason to believe it. And until you do things like I just said, like with the 5 murderers, or you light up my water-soaked napkin, there's nothing in your holy text that makes a dent, makes a difference as far as justifying what you believe. These little trivial coincidences, not good enough for me. Show me something amazing. Until that day, there's nothing.
Okay.
And you know what? This is the reason why I think a lot of Christians have stopped even wanting to talk to me, because they realize that my standards are too high. They realize my standards are too good, and they realize they cannot provide me what I ask. They insult me. They and I'm not offended, but they condescend.
I'm not going to insult you.
I don't know, but they say, "How dare you test the Lord your God?" I mean, okay, fine. I'll go to hell. Fine. Because hell doesn't exist.
Don't worry, it's not an eternal hell anyway. But
well, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. There's no good reason to think any type of hell exists. There's no good reason to think your God exists at all, other than a holy book and stories say so. You can come up with the ontological argument, the theological argument, all these cosmological arguments till you're blue in the face. I mean, there's physicists today who will swear to you that there's no good reason to think that our universe even came into existence and that it was a quantum fluctuation eternal past. There's no reason to think that the cosmological arguments hold up premise 1. I mean, we're like squirrels trying to understand calculus when it comes to these arguments. People use these philosophical arguments to will their God into existence. We are primates, we're mammals, we have these ideas in order to help us survive, and it turns out it helps people like you survive.
Actually, I have pragmatic reason too. I mean, right now, no, but I think
a lot of Christians agree with me that
if God personally shows up to you, give you miracle in front of your eyes, I don't think you can even convince your fellow atheists. So it's really personal, right? I mean, if God is a personal being, I think those kind of instances could be possible, where you are convinced, but you cannot use the experience that you have to convince other people. If you have a burning bush encounter, how can you convince other atheists?
Easy. You pre-plan it. So, for example, like let's say, imagine the God of the universe does exist, and he wants people to know him. This is what I would do if I was the God of the universe. I would say, on such and such a date in the future, I'm going to raise this person from the dead who's been dead for 10 years. We have scientific proof, verification that he is indeed dead. We have his DNA. Then a week from today, we want all the cultures, all the biases of the world to congregate at this gravesite on this day, and we're going to pray in the name of this God to raise him from the dead, and it happens. And it happens. Okay. Verified.
God, I mean, if God wants to make people believe him based on sight, there are too many ways. Basically it's a test.
Or he could appear to every individual on the planet if he's on a mission.
What if God only wants to show himself only to people that...
Then your God's a schmuck.
Sorry?
Then your God's a bad God. Plays favorites. Like,
maybe.
What you're basically saying is, what if God wants to stay hidden from PineCreek? What if that's true? Okay, maybe that is true. But if I could have access to the God of the universe, where if I got stage 4 cancer someday and I could pray to him and he could heal me, but God's cut himself off from me because he plays favorites. He likes Japheth more than PineCreek. That's what you're saying.
Maybe I love the truth more. You can be like me too.
Oh, okay. But how do I see the truth if I truly believe it's not true? I need this evidence first, right?
I wasn't born in a Christian family. I was born in a Buddhist family, and I think I've been searching.
I understand, but I think your level of evidence is just rock bottom low. You gave in way too, and it's because you're needy. You have some type of psychological need for God to exist. And so you saw some type of coincidence as God existing, and boom, you're done. It's like, oh, and now you start believing every word in the Bible or most of the words in the Bible. But if you're not needy,
I believe in inerrancy, 100% of the Bible. But go ahead.
yeah, if you're not a needy person, you're not just going to accept what the Bible says.
What if I told you? Okay, maybe not me. If somebody told you he has a burning bush experience, this kind of experience is very personal. You cannot convince other atheists. If let's say God raised somebody from the dead in front of your eyes, you're going to believe it, but you can't convince other people, right?
Yeah.
Suppose one day you become God's favorite too. You cannot convince.
Do you believe
something to happen?
Japheth, I've had this conversation so many times. This is why I get tired. Let me just ask you some true or false questions. True or false? People believe in contradictory gods. In other words, not all concepts of gods can be true at the same time. Is that true or false?
Different people. My view of God is not a contradiction. I don't understand. I mean, the world of different people.
There are some people in the world who believe in a God that's not yours, and it's in fact contradictory to yours. Is that true or false?
Yes.
Okay. True or false? Some people who believe in this God that's contradictory to yours have burning in the bosom experiences.
Burning bush like Moses? No.
No. It's a personal experience of their God that they claim justifies their belief in that God. Do you believe that happens?
So only the God of the Bible gave a national revelation.
Japheth, can you really focus on my question? Do you believe there are people who believe in false gods? Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe that some of these people use a personal experience to justify the belief in that God?
Yes.
Do you believe those people are wrong about their personal experience?
Yes. So, but mine is they God who gave national revelation and I have a personal experience.
Okay. Now listen to what you just admitted to. You admitted that people believe in false gods. You admitted that people use personal experience to justify those false gods. Yet you say your personal experience is the true God. It justifies the true God. So this is why I look at these low bar standard personal experiences, like losing taste, or you could you could actually write out for me 1,000 of your personal experiences, and my guess is.
But it depends what personal experience. What if I told I've healed somebody of cancer before?
Okay, now we're on to something. You healed someone of cancer? Did you?
Yes. I mean, prayer, but I mean, it was a miraculous healing over a few weeks. So very bad, and a few weeks time.
True or false? The person you prayed for who had cancer, were they on any type of medication or radiation?
She was in hospital already.
Was she on any medication or radiation when you prayed for her?
I didn't. She was lying in a hospital, and I didn't know so much. I mean, this kind of medical detail.
Okay, I'm hearing your answer is I don't know, but probably yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so how do you know God healed her and the medication or radiation didn't heal her?
Because I heard, I was with some Christian friends going there, and the condition is very bad, and somehow she miraculous recovery in the next.
Okay, true or false? There are some people who are suffering from cancer in a very bad way, and they get out of it without prayer. In fact,
I don't know about that, but I don't think any religion outside of Christianity that can claim.
you don't know about that? You don't think that people can get sick and get better without God?
A miraculous recovery. I don't know.
Do you think someone can get a cold and get better without God?
Cold is a common sickness.
I know.
You can hear all the time.
I'm baby steps here. So so you can get better from a cold without God, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you can get better from stage 4, let's say stage 3, stage 2 cancer without God? I think even there's recoveries in stage 4, but it's rare.
I think I don't know means I'm being honest, but.
Do you know what stage the person you prayed for? Do you know what stage of cancer they were in?
I know it's hurt. I heard it's bad, but I do not know how bad.
Well, stage 2 is bad.
Okay.
But stage 4 is worse. And it depends on the type of cancer. I mean, like, this is why I listen to these stories, and a lot of atheists and skeptics like me listen to these stories, and we just shake our heads at you guys and go, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Japheth? When you say with confidence that I am convinced God is real because of this and because of this and because of this, but every single thing, like, we have examples of remission in cancer patients. Until you give us something great, like the 5 murderers dropping dead, when you say, in the name of Jesus, 3, 2, 1, or someone being raised from the dead next week, when we got the video cameras and everything out there, biases, you have nothing.
I found a video, right? Somebody shared it before that a woman was being robbed, and then she prayed, and the robber suddenly lost control of himself. Yeah, but
I've heard stories like that too.
I watched the video myself.
About 10 years ago, I had a guy come on my channel and say, on a different platform, and say that someone was about to rob him, and he prayed in the name of Jesus for him to freeze, and he froze. Like, he was running towards him, and he just froze. And he was saying, there's proof that God answers prayer. And I'm thinking, like, there are people out there who rob and steal who do believe in God. And some of them actually, through priming of their history, whatever, they will freeze when they hear certain religious terms because they are scared, like you are scared of God. But that could be true without any God existing. It could be true that there is no God and people will still have these behaviors. It's the same with demon possession. Like, so many people have told me, I know God's real because I saw an exorcism. But the thing is, these people have in their brain these ideas of how a devil would portray himself, how demons do portray themselves, like with shaking and convulsing. And some of them are mentally ill. But when there's people watching and they're primed and they're depressed and they're just messed up, they will fall into these roles, these expectations, even if no God exists. So don't give me exorcisms. Don't give me these healings of cancer patients in hospitals. Give me something real that there's no denying it. That there's no, like, you can deny almost anything, but it's really hard to deny things like coming from nothing, absolutely nothing, where I'm holding out my hand, you pray in the name of Jesus, a blue jay shows up. And you say, tomorrow we're going to do this. You hold out your hand, pray in the name of Jesus, a blue jay will be right there. So we have in tested conditions, no blue jays in the room, a sealed container, a box. Everybody agrees there's no blue jay in there. There's no tricks. Nobody's trying to trick. And you pray and an actual blue jay appears out of nowhere. Then you got something. And that's a simple miracle. The miracle of the blue jay.
Okay. You have any other question? So mainly I'm just, because the few times I come to your show and say I did stating deny the divinity of Jesus, so I want to take it back.
So, okay, so you believe Jesus is divine. Well, hopefully that gets you more rewards in heaven now.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, I think I publicly shame him, and I want.
Oh, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
This is your penance. This is your repentance. You feel guilty.
Well, I mean, I rectify already, but declare.
Do you feel that you had to come on this show today in order to escape judgment from God?
No. I'm forgiven anyway. I mean, but it's show
Okay.
gesture. It's just a gesture. Yeah.
But do you think God's smiling at you right now and proud of you?
Well, I God can be affected by my action, but I do not know to what extent. But yeah.
Yeah, I would be careful if I were you, because God knows your selfish heart, right? And if you came on here only to, please Daddy, he might say, "Come on, Japheth, you don't need to please me. You're already a child of the King."
Well, actually, the Bible does say that all of my action has to have motivation to please Him. So I think I'm doing what the Bible says.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on. I still like you. See ya. Uh-oh.
Peace, PineCreek, peace.
Yes, how's my Muslim friend doing?
Fine, I suppose. Of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the Palestinians and also with the Israelis, who also suffered, but not as much as the Palestinians.
Can I ask you why the Palestinian people who support Hamas are so stupid?
Well, it wasn't their fault, really. It was a lot of the Arab states during the First World War sided with the British. The British promised them their own countries. The British promised them their own national states.
I know we can go back through.
And so Lawrence Arabia and the others, they fought against their caliph, the Ottomans, and they became all these separate countries. And then, of course, the British then gave Palestine to the Jewish people.
I know you're given the history, but the mothers of the Hamas fighters, where do they come from? From Palestine, right? Or do you think they come from Iran or other countries? The mothers who gave birth.
They're native to Palestine. They probably came from the villages that the Israelis now occupy.
Okay.
The Israelis are now settling and building houses on.
Explain to me.
The mothers came from what is now called Israel.
Explain to me how these mothers can give birth to kids that will grow up to be Hamas fighters. Explain to me how they're so stupid to think they can win a war against Israel.
What makes you think they can win a war against Israel?
Oh, okay. Because they keep fighting and they don't surrender. That's why.
Have you heard of Nat Turner?
Nat Turner?
Yeah, Nat Turner. It's a pity you haven't, because I don't know. You said you were married. Your children are mixed race.
Yep.
You should teach them. You should teach them about Nat Turner. He staged a revolt against a slave revolt in the 1850s against slave owners. He had this band of men that they killed many whites. Unfortunately, a lot of.
Let me stop you there. Your point.
You thought he was going to win.
Your point is that sometimes physical revolt can have positive outcomes. Is that your point?
No.
Okay, what's your point with bringing up Nat Turner?
Can you remember your question?
How is it that the Hamas and the people who support Hamas are so incredibly stupid to think that they can win a war against Israel?
And I said they can't. Just like Nat Turner.
Okay.
Who staged a slave revolt. He didn't think he was going to win. He just wanted to
what?
To get to
sympathy.
No, he didn't want sympathy. He wanted to hit back at his oppressors. Back as his oppressors.
Okay.
I'm sure that most of the Palestinians who went and perpetrated that terrible act against a lot of civilians. I don't know whether any soldiers were killed. Probably some soldiers, but lots of civilians apparently were also killed. I don't think any of them thought that they would return to their mothers. All of them thought they were going to be killed. So I don't think they thought they were going to.
Why did they do it?
I don't know. I can guess, but I can't tell you that I know. But because
they were angry. Isn't that a simple answer?
I presume they were angry, just like the slaves who were oppressed. Nat Turner. Teach your children about Nat Turner. Also, John Brown. You must have heard about John Brown.
The problem is, if you want to make your life better, that's not the way to do it. This is why I claim...
I don't understand what you're talking about. There's no way of making your life better if you're a Palestinian.
Yes, there is. I will make the claim. This is how... If Palestinians took my advice, if they heard, all of them heard me, and Hamas heard me right now, and they actually did it, their life would be improved instantly.
Do you think Hamas is the problem?
Well, it's part of the problem. And it's the people who support them.
Can you imagine the Palestinians without Hamas?
Yes.
What it will look. Okay, I can imagine it as well. It will look like the West Bank.
Can I suggest my solution?
There's no Hamas in West Bank. There's no armed resistance in the West Bank. So far this year, 33 children, Palestinian children, have been killed. Just Palestinian children, 33 Palestinian children, just this year.
Yeah, how do you stop that?
That's not including non-children. So the Palestinians without Hamas will look like the West Bank. There's no armed resistance there, and whenever and there are land seizures by people coming from all over the world, Jewish people from Russia and other places, taking over the Palestinian land. There's even a...
Do they have deeds to the land? How do you know it's their land? Do they have deeds?
They have deeds, but Israel doesn't recognize their deeds because it was given to them by the Ottoman times. So you have to get an Israeli land and to also build on to also get permission to build anything, even to have a well. You've got to seek permission from the Israeli authorities, and they don't grant it to Arabs. So so Palestine without Hamas. Just go to the West Bank and you'll see what it looks like.
Okay, and so how do you propose their life improves at the West Bank?
Well, the world knows how it improves. I mean, for example, just let's say in
Don't
Gaza,
give me any more history stuff of all the bad things that's happened. How in the future does it improve?
I'll tell you how it improves now in Gaza. The other day at the United Nations Security
Don't tell
Council,
me about the past. Tell me about the future. How does it improve?
This is this week, PineCreek. Americans don't know what happens in the world. I'm telling you what happened this week, maybe just 2 days ago.
Okay, go ahead. But I have a prediction that you're not going to tell me how their lives should improve for the future. But go ahead.
First of all, there are war crimes committed right now today.
So there you go.
This second. Here you go. I'm telling you right now. It's not history, it's right now. There's no water, electricity. When the Russians do this to Ukraine, we call it a war crime. Biden calls it a war crime. When you do it to the Palestinians,
Tell me a solution to make it better.
I'm telling you right now, you're not listening. Be patient. If you watch the news, you'd know.
I'm not patient with you. Give me. You get 60 seconds to give me a proposal to make things better.
Come on, PineCreek. That was so silly.
No,
You take them food, you give them water, you take them food, you provide them with...
Thank you.
So there's a solution.
Give them water,
And
give them food. That helps in the short term. What's a long-term solution?
20 trucks have been allowed through. 20 trucks. The 20 trucks is definitely not enough. The United Nations Security Council had a resolution in which Israel would be.
Thank you for your answer. Give them food, give them water. Long term, next 10 years, how do you make things better?
Come on, I just said.
No, I'm thanking you. You gave a good answer.
You don't want to listen. You just don't want to listen.
No, I don't want to listen to you just blah, 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 blah.
Switch back the water.
Yeah, I said thank you.
But all the Security Councils, 13 nations, 12 of them said yes. No, sorry,
So
11. Which country said no? Which country said no? Which country? Just one country in the world.
You're here to preach.
Just one country in the world said no. No, guess which country that was?
Israel.
No, the Security Council. The whole world would support recognition of the Palestinian state. They have. Only about 5 countries go against it all the time. 5 countries in the world go against it all the time. This time around, the Security Council asked for the water to be switched back on.
What's the long-term solution?
Only one country said no, and that was the United States of America.
What's the long-term solution?
Follow the United Nations resolutions on Israel.
Which is?
Which is since 1967, it was very clear for Israel to withdraw from the occupied territories.
So your solution, you don't have to say anymore. Your solution is for Israel to leave.
Leave what? What do you mean, leave? Israel to leave what?
Okay, finish your sentence.
No, you tell me. Israel to leave what? What did you think I meant? Israel to leave what?
Occupation of Palestine.
Of course, that is the solution. The occupied territories to be returned.
Okay, what does that exactly mean?
Is for Israel to go back to its 1967 borders. That way, you'll get a Palestinian state. It will be much.
And you think you think 10 years from now that'll make everything better, or a lot better?
I don't know who's going to make everything better. It's PineCreek. Surely you must.
Were things good? Were things good between Palestine and Israel in 1967?
It wasn't. See, the history. The West Bank was ruled by Jordan. There was no Palestinian entity in the West Bank.
Okay, were things good between the Jews and the non-Jews in 1967 to the borders you want to go back to?
It wasn't. Everyone is talking about a two-state solution. That's what the world is talking about. How do you get a two-state solution? Israel supposedly supports a two-state solution. You've got to define the borders. Donald Trump thought, let's give them five little cities in West Bank, and Saudi Arabia, in fact, said yes. The United Arab Emirates said yes. They're now willing to talk to Israel and have embassies in their countries. So Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, a lot of the Arab countries were going along with it. Just have five little Bantustans or reservations. Americans and Canadians understand this concept. I mean, eventually, that's what's going to happen, really.
So do you think if we go back to the 1967 borders that there'll be no rockets going into Israel?
Well, of course, you've got to have some sort of peacekeepers, like the United Nations, the peacekeepers, or monitoring of who has what, and ensure security for Israel. You'll need, but Israel never agrees to United Nations presence.
But you think giving the non-Jews more land is going to make things a lot better?
I'm not talking about better. I'm talking about a solution.
That's what better means, a solution.
Well, then yes, it's going to be better for the Palestinians, definitely. But Israel has to give up something.
I think history tells us that's not going to be a solution.
No, history tells us that we're going to have what has occurred in the United States and Canada, where you've got these little reservations filled with Native Americans, who are now 0 point something of the population, and that is what history tells us will happen. So either we accept never again, as people said in 1945 after the Second World War, never again will we allow this to happen to any people. But of course, a lot of Americans and people who support Israel understood that as never again will we allow this to happen to the Jewish people. But if you're a Palestinian, take their land. There's about 4 million now living in Israel, Palestine, and about 4 million living outside as refugees in Lebanon and USA and all around the world. So either never again will we allow this to happen to a people. What happened to the Jews? What happened to the American Indians? What Native Americans or whatever? Or we will just say, yeah, history shows us that eventually these people will be put into little camps, reservations, as has happened to America with the American Indians, and that's the solution. That is the American solution, really, and that's the historical solution. Oh, by the way, cousin marriages.
Yeah.
People like we've got some really intelligent offspring of cousin marriages, like I think Freud, Einstein, Karl Marx. I think their parents were either first or second cousins.
Yeah, they're freaks of nature. It can happen.
No,
you can have
not
great.
really, not freaks of nature. In the past, it used to happen quite a lot. Anyway, PineCreek, I think I've stirred the pot a bit here. It's a very hard question to answer, but either we're going to say, yeah, give these people some rights, or we're going to say history shows that they will be wiped off the face of the earth, like the American Indian.
The American Indian was not wiped off the face of the earth.
Of course, they're going strong, aren't they? So that's what we're going to have with the Palestinians.
The difference between the American Indians and the Palestinians is the American Indians surrendered.
And every now and then they would get off the reservation. Well, it depends on what you mean.
In the United States, the American Indians.
Hold on a minute. There weren't that many of them in the end to fight on. That's why they surrendered. And that's what's going to happen to the Palestinians. There won't be that many of them left. And you know what that's called, don't you?
Genocide?
Well, there you go. Well, what else can we say? If every 10 years or every more and more Palestinians leave, are pushed out, one reason or another, they're saying.
Let me ask you the same questions I asked the other guy. Do you believe Hamas killed 230 people at a music festival? Civilians?
I don't know where they killed them. If Israel says that they lost 1,300 people, I will believe it.
Okay, so you do believe that Hamas killed 230 innocent civilians at a music festival?
I don't want to say 230 people.
1,300. Some number.
In their beds, outside their beds, fighting them on the streets, in their houses, wherever it was.
Okay, you believe that happened?
1,300 killed, 200 abducted.
Okay, what should the punishment be from Israel to Hamas for that?
Well, it depends how far you want to go.
I'm asking your opinion.
Well, I would say.
How many people should die for that?
Well, how many people should die? The Israelis claim they've killed 1,500 already.
I'm asking. Okay, can you answer my question? What do you think is a justifiable, in your opinion, response from Israel to Hamas?
The number that has been killed among the Palestinians is equal to the number of Israelis dead. If you want more have been killed. It depends, PineCreek, how much blood you want.
No, so I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion is that enough blood has been shed.
So do you think Israel was justified to kill the exact same number of Palestinians as Israelis?
No, but they've done it. They've done it.
Okay, you're saying they're not justified. Give me what would be just from the Israelis as a response.
The present number. present
Okay,
number.
so that you're saying the present number of Palestinians and Hamas killed by the Israeli forces is justified?
Killing is not justified.
What is the justifiable
are you-
response by Israel to Hamas? What's your opinion?
The justified response would be to make peace with.
Oh, come on.
Look, Pine, what do you want? Do you want?
Okay, ask me the question.
I will. Do you want me to answer the question? How many people should Israel kill
I'd say 10 to 1.
because of this? Well,
So-
they've done that already, PineCreek.
Okay, then
They've
it's
done this
justified.
already.
Then I say good.
Right, that is done.
Okay, now
So-
let me ask you, what's the justifiable response?
And you talk 10 to 1. 10 to 1. It's usually children anyway. They've killed, and among those.
Now
should
tell
there
me
be
your
more?
response. I gave you
No,
a very
no,
honest
no, no,
answer.
no. You said 10 to 1.
Yeah.
In that 10 to 1, how many children?
If it's 5 kids killed in Israel, 50 in Palestine.
It's more. So far, the number of children killed in
Okay,
Palestine.
what's your
So
answer?
far,
What's the justifiable response?
I'm not going to put a number onto it. It disgusts me to put a number onto it.
You don't have one, do you? So
I don't have one. What I'm telling you now is that if we're going to go with the Bible and also the Quran, or whatever religious text you want to go to, an eye for an eye, it's been done. But if you want to go further, we have in the Quran, one life for a life is sufficient. But if you want to go with the Bible, and some Jewish people, really extreme rabbis have said, go into the land and wipe them all out, because
so if Israel would have done nothing, would that be a reasonable proposal? So just let Hamas come in.
PineCreek, Israel has been doing.
Don't give me the history. Tell me what
Come on, PineCreek, really. To stop this nonsense. Israel has got the capability, and they've shown it in the past. They can target people. They can actually target.
I want you to.
People.
You've already admitted this. I just want you to admit it.
They can target fighting people, shoot them. They can spend 10 years doing it, and America will say nothing. All they need to do is with their helicopters or spy things or drones. They could 24 hours. 24
I'm trying to
hours
get your opinion, and you're
this
pushing
is my
back.
opinion. This is what I would do if I was Israel.
Okay,
I wouldn't kill children.
Okay.
I would spend my days and my nights with my really sophisticated equipment
and
drones, going around Palestine and
going in Palestine.
And targeting the people that.
Okay, so you
targeting people that you have actually got evidence for doing these things.
Good. I agree with you.
Rather than this carpet bombing, which is war crimes.
Okay, please stop talking. So let me rephrase what you just said. You would support, if you were a general of the Israeli army, you would go into Gaza and you would find Hamas. You would go door to door, find Hamas.
No, with my drones, and they've
your
done
drones.
Before. Not with my soldiers, because then I'll lose loads of soldiers.
So you would go in with your drones and find the Hamas, and then what?
Then you can kill. Then you can target them that way. If you really want.
What do you mean by target? You would kill them.
You get the name of the person who perpetrated these attacks, and you'll.
Okay, very good. So you're a Muslim, right?
I would not carpet bomb the whole of this city.
I didn't ask you what you wouldn't do. I asked what you would do. So what you would do is if you were a general of the Israeli army, you would go in with your drones, you would find the Hamas, and you would kill them.
Well, yes.
There you go. We're agreed.
It wouldn't be overnight. It wouldn't be 1 month, 2 months. It could take a very long time, but it wouldn't. You'd get the support of America definitely, and probably the rest.
Okay, I agree with you.
The world at present, and you wouldn't kill so many civilians.
Okay, now here's my final question for you. So you go in with your drones, you find the Hamas, and you kill them. What if the Hamas surround themselves with women and children? What do you do then?
They can't surround themselves with women and children 24 hours a day.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
This is why I said it's not going to take. It's not going to take 1 month, 2 months. It's just going to be a long, drawn-out thing.
You don't think that's happening? You think
What's happening?
you think the Hamas soldiers go into a certain area and say, "Oh, women and children, stay away because we might be getting bombed"? You think that's what's happening?
There has been no instance where civilians have tried to escape from a building that is due to be bombed, and sometimes Israel gives warnings that we're going to bomb this building. Hamas doesn't say, no, stay where you are.
Okay, my question remains.
They let the people leave.
My question remains. You're the Israeli general. You go in with your drones, you find the Hamas, and you find them. But they're in a house with women and children. What do you do?
You wait until you get these people safely by themselves.
And what if they never, ever go anywhere without women and children around them? What do you do?
Then you get another target.
And what if all the targets have women and children and civilians around them? What do you do?
Then you don't fire until you can safely shoot them.
Okay, and if that never happens, you do nothing then, right? Would you support Israeli?
What do you mean you do nothing? That's what the military should do. Should try and find them. Doing this, what they're doing now.
Finding them is not. Finding them is one issue. It's you can't kill them if there's women and children around, right?
This is a never-ending game, PineCreek. You don't want to learn about history. This has been going for 70 years. You don't want to realize that this is going to keep going on unless
what?
A solution is actually given, which America always blocks.
Why not have the Hamas and Palestinians surrender?
They have surrendered. Well, as I said, in the West Bank, they have put their arms down. They are waiting for.
Okay. Is Israel bombing the West Bank right now?
No, they are just taking.
Whoa! It works. What's Gaza's problem?
Come on, PineCreek. They're doing what the Americans did to the Americans. I told you that, and you're blind and deaf to my words. They're doing what the Americans did to the American Indians. They're taking the land.
Yes, it's called war, and wars are won or lost. And the people who win wars get the land and the spoils. That's how war works. War is about killing people and getting land. That's what war is.
Well, now you see what happens if you surrender. If you surrender,
yeah, they lose the land.
That's right. So
yes,
your solution is genocide. Then
no. If you surrender,
what happens then if you lose your land and you're moved off into these little Bantustans? Now you might not believe it, but what occurred to the Native Americans was genocide. You might not believe it, but that is what genocide is.
Yeah, a lot of Native Americans died. Yeah, they lost the war.
It was genocide. There were whole tribes.
Sure, I'll give it to you. They were genocide. They lost the war.
And that's your solution.
No, my solution is for...
It is your solution. Surrender and lose your land. And when you lose your land, you lose your...
When you surrender... Now, if you surrender and they shoot you anyhow, yeah, that's bad. But I'm saying that if they surrender, they get to live.
I just told you. And look at the figures in the West Bank where there is no Hamas, where they laid down their arms. 33 children this year have been killed. That's just children.
Mm-hmm.
So laying down your arms is not going to save you. You're just going to keep losing your land.
You think the Israelis will kill children and women and Hamas if they surrender and lay down their weapons?
They will be doing what they are doing on the West Bank. They'll be taking land slowly.
Yeah. I'm saying surrender and let Israel take all the land.
That will be genocide. I don't know.
How is taking land the same as genocide?
Because you take land, people move off the land, they leave the land.
They're alive.
if the whole nation goes from that place, that is genocide.
How is it? They're alive. How's that genocide? They
'Cause there's no
surrender and
nation.
they don't get killed.
There
How
is
is
no
that
nation.
genocide?
That is genocide. That is-
Take-
if you're
saying
wipe-
taking
if
land's
you
the same as
if
genocide?
if you wipe out a nation, that's genocide.
You're not wiping what? Hang on a second. You're saying genocide is wiping out a nation even though they all live? Come on.
It is amounts to the same thing. If there's no
It's the same
Palestinian,
thing? Land is not the same thing as human life.
if there are no Palestinians in Palestine anymore, and if there is no Palestine, there is no Palestinian nation.
Yes,
And if there-
I agree
if
with you. There's a
and if there's no-
genocide. There will be a
and if there's-
genocide of the Palestinian nation, but they're still alive.
That's it. But the nation will no longer exist. That is
Yeah,
genocide.
you're right. The nation will no longer exist. But that's not genocide of humans. That's genocide of land.
What is genocide?
Genocide is the killing of humans of a certain culture or race. It's not just taking their land.
Well, you can kill off a nation without killing off each individual.
See, your concept of genocide is stupid, in my opinion. You think genocide is taking someone's land. That's the
Yeah.
equivalent to killing them.
And can you see what the American response?
Am I right? Is that your view of genocide?
That is my view of it. And can you see what the American response is? Just surrender, give the land to Israel,
Yeah.
and leave.
Yeah. No, they don't have to
That-
leave.
That is. What do you mean you wouldn't have to? Where would you go?
Why do you have to leave? You just surrender and say, we are now.
If you cannot get permission to
The Native
build-
Americans didn't leave.
Yeah, but don't you know about the Jewish state? Israel is a Jewish state.
Yeah.
If you do not get permission, I mean, when were the American Indian allowed to vote? In the 1920s. They didn't win the vote until 1920s.
Yeah, but they're alive.
They weren't allowed to build anything. They weren't allowed to do anything until 1920, unless it was in the reservation.
Would you rather be dead or not being able to vote?
So this is the choice you're giving to the Palestinians.
Yes.
You used to have the land, but now we support Israel. So you're going to have nothing. Just live in your reservations.
What I'm saying is I'm against war, okay? But what I'm saying is in this situation, it's not about who's right and who's wrong anymore. We got to stop
Why
this.
can't you just say, let us support the UN resolutions? Why can't you just say,
I can.
let us support?
I can.
Well, that would be a solution. That would be a solution.
I disagree with you. That would be a solution.
Why not?
Because history has shown that if you give up some land, that might soothe the wounds for maybe a generation, but then it's going to be, oh, you got to give up more land, and then more land, and then it's going to be a genocide. Then it's going to be
give me an example. I don't know what you mean. Give me an example.
Okay, so
you mean the whites, the Europeans who went to America, who took a bit of land from the American Indians and wanted more, then wanted more, then wanted more. Well, that is what Israel's been doing. Yeah, and you want Israel to continue doing it. So you're arguing against your own position.
No. What I'm saying is that if Israel, the only way for the Palestinian people to not die is to surrender.
There is another way.
What's the other way?
If Israel abided by the UN resolutions and went back to its 1967 borders and allowed the Palestinian state to actually exist alongside them.
Okay, and do you think
that is another solution?
Okay,
you only think of the American solution.
You've said this 5 times already. I hear you. You're saying the solution is go back to the 1967 borders, right?
And you've said your solution about surrendering. I don't know how many times, but I'm telling you that's the American solution for the American Indians.
Blah blah blah. You said that 5 times already. Okay, I got it.
Let's have the other solution. Let's try something new. Let's respect two people to live side by side.
So 1967, we go back to those borders. You think that will be the solution? I hear you.
That will be a solution.
Okay. Now, do you
avoid destruction?
Do you think that the majority of the Palestinian people would see that as a solution?
I think they'll accept it.
You think they will?
I think they will accept it begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly? Why begrudgingly?
Because of the history of, because there are still 4 million of them.
This is why I think your solution is not a solution. Exactly what you're saying, because of this begrudgingly history. It's not going to be a solution.
Well, then there'll be 8 million of them living outside the country. There'll be 8 million of them living outside of their native land, and that'll be even worse. So your solution is a worse solution. Give peace a chance, man. Give peace a chance, rather than surrender.
I'm all for peace.
Well, then you should support 1967 borders. Israel, give up the land that you took from the Palestinians.
Sure, you can have it.
Okay, shall we end on that?
Sure, but my opinion is you can give them the 1967 borders, and it's still not going to solve anything. That's my point.
You might be right, but
thank you.
That's the best solution. Really, that is the best, and that's the solution that the international community suggested in 1967. And it's only in America that really opposes it.
My opinion is
maybe France and Britain perhaps as well, but usually mainly America.
My opinion is very similar to yours, what you just said. When you said begrudgingly the Palestinian people would be okay with the 1967 borders because of this long history of animosity between them. I think it's still not going to be a long-term solution.
Well, every compromise, every peace is a compromise, and there's in Northern Ireland, the IRA had to decided to make peace begrudgingly
until 95% of the Palestinian people acknowledge Israel's right to exist in that, let's say, 1967 borders. 95%? That's what I said.
In 1909, Yasser Arafat, when he was allowed back, you remember Yasser Arafat, the PLO?
Yeah.
When they gave him the peace prize because he accepted the right of Israel to exist.
Yeah.
So the PLO, the Palestinian organization, have recognized Israel's right to exist. Hamas then
they said it with words, but then
no. Hamas later on took that back. But Hamas
exactly. You can say okay, Israel can say we'll give you this land back to 1967 borders as long as you promise not to bomb us. And they say okay, we're not going to bomb you. And then a decade later they bomb.
Oh, that's why I think there should be monitoring, and the UN and peacekeepers there, even American troops who Israel trusts can be there as well.
And this is why I think until that mindset changes, where you value your own life more than the destruction of the Jews or even real estate. Like until 95% of the Palestinians say Jews can have that land, certain borders, and they have the right to exist. Peace be upon the Jews. I value my own life before my own land, even my own culture nation. Who gives a crap? I just want to live and have my own family. Until they start thinking this way, this is going to go on forever.
PineCreek, you've got it all wrong. They do. The Palestinians accept that. Just that they're in.
No, I could tell in your own explanation they don't, because you said that genocide is the gone of a nation, this culture, this milieu, this heritage. Like this is the danger of people valuing their own culture too much. It's like they're willing to die for this. For what? For some land? Like what's wrong with you?
Look, Gaza is a prison camp. There's Israeli warships on the sea and surrounded by Israeli troops. The Egyptians on the other side, they won't let the Palestinians in. They know that if they let the 2 million Palestinians from Gaza come in, they'll just have refugee camps there, which eventually people would go into Israel again and cause trouble. And Israel will blame Egypt. It's a huge headache for, it would be a huge headache for Egypt. The people in Gaza are trapped. People have said it. I don't think you believe it. It is a prison camp. It's been a prison camp for more than 20 years.
Hang on.
Even before Hamas, The people there have got
So
no
hey,
life at all. They can't leave, even
you
to
talk
go
so
to
much.
school. But even to go to school, you need university. You need to get permission from the Israeli authorities. Every birth is registered with Israel. Every death is registered with Israel. If you move house,
Can you please stop talking? If Gaza is an open air prison camp, who owns the prison?
Who owns? How do you mean who owns the prison? Every birth has to be registered with Israel. To leave, you have to go through.
Can you just say the answer is Israel?
Well, they are still the occupying country, so yes.
Yeah. So Israel owns Gaza.
The Israelis would deny. They say that in the 20 years that the Hamas has been ruling, they could have turned it into.
So there is no
Singapore.
Palestine nation.
Well, there isn't really. No, they can't have their own ports. They can't have their own.
This is
airports.
my point. This is what I mean by surrender. They don't own Gaza. It's not their land. It's Israel's land. Anytime someone says it's an open air prison, they're admitting that Israel owns Gaza.
Well, they do, yeah.
Yeah. So until this is what, in my opinion, is the peaceful solution is for the Palestinians to admit this. They've lost.
They've lost it. They surrendered in 1967. They surrendered.
Okay, they need to surrender it constantly every year and not fire any rockets in. And then after 20, 30, 40, 50 years of zero violence against Israelis, then the Israeli will start to open things up.
Believe it or not, PineCreek, in 1978, there was a resolution, UN or whoever it was, an occupied nation has the right to resist the occupier. There is such a law, a rule, or whatever it is.
They're not an occupied nation. If you call it an open air prison, it's not an occupation. It's Israel's land. It's their prison. It's not an occupation.
It is an occupation because they surrendered.
How can you occupy your own land?
They surrendered in whatever it was, but
Israel owns Gaza.
And under in 1967, the United Nations deemed it a occupied. I don't know whether American maps still show it, but
but Israel does.
Other countries, when you look on the map, it says occupied land.
That's a misnomer. Then it's misnomer. Then it's a wrong label. If it's an open air prison, then that means Israel owns that land.
Look, the Palestinians surrendered. I don't know how you want to see it. If you cannot leave a place, it's a prison.
Hamas needs to surrender tomorrow or today.
It is surrendered in a way, but
no, it hasn't. They're still shooting rockets into Israel.
They are. They're shooting rockets into Israel.
Yeah, does that sound surrender to you?
It doesn't.
No, they haven't surrendered. In order to stop the killing, Hamas has to be the bigger man and surrender.
But if they surrender in the way that you want them to surrender,
yeah,
history shows that they will be pushed out anyway in the end.
Well, it's better than dying.
If the whole world, and this is a test you were talking about earlier on to someone, a test for the Palestinians. No, this is a test for everyone. A test for the Palestinians, a test for Israel, a test for you, PineCreek, and me, a test for the world. How are we going to deal with the situation?
You surrender. When you are outgunned, you surrender.
No, not necessarily. Why doesn't Ukraine surrender? Tell us, is that the same for what you would say to Ukraine?
Because they're not outgunned.
Why aren't they outgunned?
Because the United States.
Well, why doesn't the United States step in and say to Israel, we're not going to give you $15 billion every year extra, so you can have a free health care system while we don't, while you can have a free education.
That's a good question, but that's irrelevant.
And we don't. It's not irrelevant. It's because America supports one side and not the other.
Yes, that's why Hamas should surrender.
So why doesn't America have the same principles in all their dealings with people and say, look, We have
Well,
we.
I can
we
tell
rec-
you why. In America, it's because America is 65% Christian, and the Christians believe that the Jews are a lot of them believe that the Jews are God's chosen people, and that this, in order for the end times to come, it's all religious reasons. But the point is, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. The point is, the United States does support Israel. Israel does outgun Hamas, even by themselves. But in addition to the support of the United States, Hamas should throw down their weapons, surrender, fall on their knees to the Israelites and say, we surrender, have mercy on our souls. Put us in reservations like the Native Americans and let us build casinos.
Okay.
And then they get to live in peace.
And then they get to live like Native American. I got it, PineCreek. We can't go any further. But I think that's what history shows, and I fear that is where we're heading for, and the annihilation of those people. Anyway, take care.
It's up to them.
It's not up to them. It's up to America. It's up to America. And
Well,
whether
you're
the
right. You're
American-
right. You're right. America and Israel could annihilate Hamas, but they probably won't. But what they
it's up to everyone, really. It's a test for everyone.
No, it isn't. That's a lie.
It is. No.
When you say everyone, you mean the world.
Of course.
Yeah.
The world.
No, that's a lie.
In the future,
it's up to America and Israel. It's not up to the world.
America and Israel.
If you think the United Nations has any type of pull in the United States, you're wrong.
No. That's what I'm saying. The other day, it was America who scuttled the.
Yeah. So it's not it's not up to the world. It's up to the United States and Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
because they're the most well, the United States is the most powerful nation in the world.
Yeah, but it's also a test for the world. The world does actually. Most countries do vote in the General Assembly of the United Nations to support equality or whatever. But it's always scuppered at the end in the Security Council. Anyway, PineCreek, nice chatting to you.
Yep. Take care. Bye. What I don't like about this conversation is, I mean, you could talk hours and hours about the history of the Palestinian and Israeli conflict. I mean, that's just like, I've already been live streaming for 3 hours. No, I don't have patience for that. Give me your one sentence headline solution for the future, and I'll tell you if I agree with it or disagree with it. My one headline solution for the future for the Palestinian people is to fall on your knees and surrender. Throw down your weapons. Say at least for the next 10 years, not one rocket will ever be fired into Israel. Beg for mercy. Say we are not as good as you militarily. You give in. Cry uncle. It's not a matter of who's right and who's wrong. It's the matter of practicality. Is the bigger dog has the bone and you don't have the bone. Gaza's not owned by the Palestinians. Israel owns Gaza and allows the Palestinians to live there in a prison. If that's what you believe, then that's the truth. This whole idea of, we got to save this nation, or otherwise it's genocide. No, just beg for mercy to live and the bombing will stop. Give up, the Palestinians should give up the Hamas people, put them all in a big circle, and then let Israel drop a bomb on just the Hamas terrorists. And then we're done. Sharpie asks, are you a materialist? Yes. Naturalist, more specifically. Yeah, giving land back, peace. But if you think that's going to solve the long-term thing, no. Until the Palestinians become atheists, give up this Allah idea of he's going to eventually be on your side. Or I shouldn't say do you have to become atheist, but you have to become basically like a cultural Muslim, a moderate Muslim, and realize Allah is not going to help you. As long as the United States is on the side of Israel, as long as Israel is as powerful as it is, which it is, you have no chance, no hope. All you can be is like a mosquito and wait to be swatted every 5 years. And if that's your goal, then hey, don't complain about your civilians dying, because that's what's going to happen. If you want your civilians to stop dying, surrender. And even the worst case scenario, like the guy was saying, become like Native Americans on reservations in the United States. There's many successful reservations in the United States, very prosperous. But unfortunately, Muslims can't gamble, so there goes the casino idea. Ugh. Craziness. But I do think, like what I said earlier, I don't think this is moral, and I don't think this should be done. Hear me out. But I do think the whole thing would end tomorrow if Israel came out with a policy. And again, don't misunderstand me. It's not going to happen. But if they did, practically, if Israel said, we'll kill 1,000 innocent civilians for every one innocent Israeli killed, this is our Palestinian promise, up to 1,000, it would be over. It'd be like a Hiroshima, Nagasaki type moment. It'd be over. So let's say 10 Israelis are killed tomorrow, and they start the policy, and they just say, okay, no, we're not even hiding the fact. We're going to kill 10,000 civilians tomorrow. 10,000. Women, children, babies, doesn't matter. All you have to do is surrender and we'll stop. It's not right, but it will work. This is what wars do. People think that's how World War II ended, but it's up for debate. They can't gamble, but can own casinos and take proceeds. Oh yeah, good point, Sweeney. The Muslims could open. Well, I don't know. I don't think Muslims. I think they would say it's still sin to open a casino. Mason Dry took a nap and is awake. Now you can clean the house. What has been the most prominent thought on your mind recently? I guess this issue that we've been talking about for 3 hours. It's like major world news. But you combine the Palestinian-Israeli conflict with the America problems for some people. Like, I've been misgendered. I've been wanting to make a video of innocent people dying on both sides and then intersplice it with someone complaining of being about misgendered. It really puts life into perspective. Hey, trans people who've been misgendered, nobody feels sorry for you, especially now with the Middle East conflict. Nobody feels sorry for you for being misgendered. Go cry your eyes out. Nobody cares when there's innocent people dying from explosions, okay? Get some perspective and don't think the whole world revolves around you and your pronouns. There, that's how I feel. I still think has to be stupidity and insanity not to surrender. You're going to be canceled. Hey, Danny. Did you just get here? Talked about you briefly for a little bit because someone came on about the Trinity. When will we see you again, Doug? As the Spirit leads. I don't know. Maybe Thursday. When I say surrender, it means like by generation. Like a generation can surrender, and then 2 generations later, they take up arms again. But when people surrender and then take up arms right away, like, you kind of don't believe them when they say they surrender. So at that point, you're basically forced to kill them. Oh yeah, football. Oh yeah, and the Arizona Diamondbacks doing well. They got to win the next game though. Make it to the World Series. Poof. That didn't work. See, been too long. Poof. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Take care.